Hello, everybody. Happy Friday evening. Welcome to my tea table. My name is Elise, and if this is your first time here, I have a tea room based in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I come here on Friday evenings since the start of this year to talk about the good life and how to get to the good life. So this is just a series of tea sessions where we look at, various healing properties of tea. And today, I'm going to be talking about the healing power of holding space. And I've talked about this before. It's not a new one. But I want to take a deeper dive and actually kind of take an academic look at the concept of holding space, which really, for all of my time of knowing of this term, practicing this term, encouraging others to practice holding space, I feel like I'm a little extra green today. I don't know what that's about. Oh, I know why. I'll be right back. All right, I should be less green now. But I'm still pretty green. It's okay. Friday night, I can be a little green. So as I was saying, the concept of holding space is something that I've been familiar with for, going on 8 years. And it's a term that I hear more and more recently, which is great. It's an awesome term. But I've always heard about it in like a new age paradigm, which is also great. I've got a good joke to share in regards to that, but today I kind of want to take a different look at it, see it from a different paradigm than the hippie talk is usually what we see. Of course, I am playing the hippie music today because ultimately, holding space is a very kind of new age concept. Although it's something that we should all be practicing. Oh, Bitcoin, your poor head. He's always having trouble keeping his head on straight. There we go. Get this back a little bit. And I'm going to be jumping on Reddit at some point as well because I always end up getting a lot of questions on Reddit. I don't think I will be looking at this academic paper with the Reddit community. Maybe I will. It depends on what they want. But I plan to be on here all night so we can chat, catch up with each other, and talk about that best life and how we can all support each other in living that best life. Yeah, we'll be listening to some nice, peaceful, mindful sounds, some different jam sessions, a lot of hang drum, I think. Hey, Kayla. Hi, Kayla. Talking about holding space today. I think you'll like this. And I actually found an academic paper to use to not only define holding space, but this paper is really cool because it gives some observational data on how the concept of holding space can affect leadership and integrity and these other things. So I was like, oh, this is cool. I'm gonna read this with everybody. Because I think holding space. Oh, I love holding space too. Thank you for your job of holding space. There's multiple benefactors from the practice of holding space. Oftentimes, as a server or as a servant or as someone who does hold space, we oftentimes just think about the person that we are holding space for getting the benefit, and most directly they get that benefit. But there's also a benefit for the person holding the space. Like there's some happiness and satisfaction and goodness, like really unadulterated primal goodness that comes from the feeling of making someone else safe. You know, and that can be in a literal sense, or that could be in a figurative sense, just like what holding space kind of means. So yeah, I hope I can introduce the concept of holding space and get people excited about it as a healing art. And it's so simple. It is the simplest healing art in the world because you don't got to do anything. Like, the best person to hold space is somebody that can just sit and do nothing. You know, be present, of course, but to sit and do nothing, which is actually kind of a hard thing to do. Some people say it's pretty hard. So that's my joke. I was at Beloved one year. Maybe you were there that year, Kayla. There was like a puppet show in like the kids camp. I think this was in 2019 or 2018. It must have been 2018. And I went to the kid camp. The kid camp was always dark at night, but there was one night where I saw some action in the kids camp, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna go check them out, see what's going on over there. And there was a puppet show going on, and it was awesome. It was so cool. There was like this like really kind of raunchy, comical purple dragon. And I had heard about the purple dragon from the kids being really funny. Like, they'd come to the tea lounge and they'd tell me how funny the dragon was. And but this night, this was like the adults only show, and so he was pretty raunchy. Still funny. But regardless, I heard the best joke. Probably the best hippie joke I've ever heard ever. And he's like, holding space, holding space. You know what holding space means? It's hippie for doing nothing. I said, yeah, that's it. Oh, Fuble. You know Fuble. Okay, Kayla. I had a feeling that you would know. I forgot that. I should look him up. Let me look him up right now. Good memories. Good memories. Oh, here he is. Cute. Oh, we got some jokes here. Let me, this will be cool. Oh, this is nice.
What is real? By those around us. But you know, I don't really like to listen to people who assert their authority on reality. You know, because what I like to listen to is people who are content. You know, people whose lives bring them joy and fill them with love, and they give love to other people. Because to me, it seems like those people know the most about what's real, not the people that are insisting that I'm right, you should listen to me. That's what I think is real. I think love is real, and I think that creativity is real. Because like the moment of creation, you know, like people tell you it was way back there, way long time ago, in the beginning. No. The moment of creation is now. Right? We're all part of the infinite creation right here, right now. And that creativity and that drive, that urge to make reality beautiful and strong and go on forever, that is creation and that is now. To me, that's real.
That's real.
What's real to you? You're real.
Hi, Tess.
Oh, wow, thank you. That means a lot to me as a puppet. That really
Oh my god. This is great. Fuble the dragon. Yeah. Let's see if we got some more. I think there were some other videos. Oh, look, there I am. It's like the weird universe. Change. Let's see what he has to say about change.
How can we best adapt to change?
That's a good question. How can we best adapt to change? Really, you know, unattachment is pretty important. You know, we get attached to things, we love things, and we love people, we love situations. But the best way to adapt to change is to just allow. There's a song from the dream world. It goes like this: I am changing, I am changing. Each new stage is rearranging. Everything once seen as stable becomes a myth, a shifting fable, told by someone long forgotten. Ancient truths are misbegotten, written in time, bygone age, and all that will remain is the Jane.
Thanks,
Change
Foogle.
can really be a challenge, and for me, I finally in my life I've gotten to where I enjoy change. To me, change is one of the most exciting things,
I like
It's really
his
like the
tongue,
most natural thing
his
on
tongue
earth.
just sticking out.
Because even things that seem permanent, like mountains, they change over time. There's landslides, there's earthquakes, there's volcanoes, there's tiny little bits of ice that crumble tiny bits off. And in 10 million years, the tallest mountain in the world might be a lake again. And the Himalayas used to be on the bottom of the ocean, maybe they'll be underwater again. Pretty awesome.
What should we do if we're afraid of change?
Afraid of change. Well, I'd say like start meditating on what kind of changes you like. Just start associating like, hey, I like it when the weather gets better. And think about things that change that you actually enjoy the change of. And the more time you
Tef, what is this? You are scared of the intellectual. So kind. Look how kind and gentle and polite this dragon is. This dragon is telling us about the meaning of life right now, and you want to put it down? No, Tef. No, we're not doing that. Wise dragon. Such a wise dragon. He's cute though. Look at him. Look at his little tongue sticking out. Kayla, thanks for reminding me of this dragon's name. I just remember this purple dragon telling me that joke. Here he is. Oh, Kayla, you're on. Oh, you're watching? Oh, well, I hope you guys are having a nice time, drinking some good tea, living the best life, because that's what this is about. It's about the best life. Let's see what Tef's guys say about the dragon. Oh, Tef, you're such a smartass. You're such a smartass, but that's cool. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning for you, so I'll allow it. Are you just waking up, or are you you haven't slept for the night yet, Tef? How's that going for you? Let me know, Tef. All right, bye, Kayla. We'll see you next time. Go hold space for each other. It'll be a lot of fun. All right, I'm gonna go live onto Reddit. I just like the questions that come in from there, and we'll see how this goes. Definitely living the best life. Well, that's interesting. Oh, this is funny. Does it think that I'm not suitable for work? Huh. There's a glitch in the Matrix on that one, so it thinks I'm cursing. Dude, I'm here just to share about the good life. You had a nap before and after your stream, which I saw like a couple seconds of, and I was able to greet you, but yeah, I had trouble with that one. My internet's been really bad. You don't know if you're waking up early or going to bed late. You hardly know anything. Well, hopefully I can help you get some clarity on that. Probably not, but you can always hope. I'm gonna start drinking some tea. So Tef, it's good to see you. I did see you greet me back. Thank you so much, Tef. Much love to you. I saw your love. I messaged back to you. I hope your food was good. It looked very good. Your sauce looked good. I was able to see the sauce. I kept trying to tune in to catch it. And I was like, oh, that sauce looks dank. I love sauce. I love creamy sauce. So, Tef, I think this is the first Friday that you've been here. I do Friday night streams now. I started since the beginning of the year. And I just talk about topics about the best life. This is a first class ticket to the best life. And of course tea is involved. So every week I look at different ways that a tea practice can help us get on the path to the best life. I needed some vegetable to really shine. Which vegetable? Like a green leafy vegetable? Are you into green leafy vegetables? Aww. Yeah, today was kind of a rough day. I was out for my exercise, and it was a beautiful day here in Vegas. We've been having glorious weather all week long, except for right now. Hey, Casey Kale, thanks. Welcome back. Thanks for saying hi. We're just talking about the best life here. If you're interested in the best life, love to have you stay and join the conversation. We're talking about holding space. I'm holding space. You're holding space. It's a great practice. We both benefit greatly from it. So broccoli would have been it for you, but nothing needed anything leafy. That's good. Broccoli is good. Creamy. Broccoli with creamy is good, but I like also like creamy leafy greens. So like creamed spinach or creamed kale. What is holding space, Casey? Well, thank you for asking. It's a very important concept. And I was explaining earlier how I have been introduced to this term for, oh man, it's been years. I think I first heard the term like 10 years ago, and I started to practice maybe like 6 or 7 years ago. And essentially holding space is doing nothing. But the context of holding space is you're doing nothing for the purpose of being present with someone else and creating a safe container or a safe space, and you're holding that space. So that's what the holding space means. It means like you can think of it of like you're with a person, just like I'm with you right now, and I've figuratively creating this safe space for us to be together and for you to feel vulnerable and safe so that you can really open your heart, really open your mind. So that's like kind of the doing nothing part of holding space. But you can supersize the value of holding space to not only create that space for someone to like open their mind and their heart, but introduce like a new perspective to them. And I have only heard of this term in a very like new agey context. It's a lot of hippie. That's why I was showing a video of a dragon earlier, which Tef immediately told me to take down. A funny dragon. He has a lot of insightful knowledge to share with the world. And this dragon had told a joke one night. He says, holding space is just hippie for doing nothing. I thought, oh, that's so funny. I like that a lot. So like in different like new age circles or like yogi circles or different communities like that, you will hear that term a lot. Like, oh, he really held space for me to like process my emotions. Like, so that example was probably he just sat there and was like a shoulder for her to cry on and made her feel safe that she could be herself and communicate herself. And tea has a lot to do with that. I consider tea to be the ultimate space holding tool. Because here I am. I mean, I think even live streaming could be said to be a space holding tool. Of course, what you're doing, if you are only giving all the information, then that's not. Hey, Rahman, is good to see you. Oh, so good to see you. Much aloha and love from Las Vegas. I hope you're doing well in Vietnam. This is so cool. I'm so happy to see you, Rahman. Yeah, man, I'm talking about holding space. You know, the hippies do it. We should do it too. But, vulnerability. So, like, if you are, like, the first one to be vulnerable and just, like, put all your cards out on the table, and it doesn't mean you have to give them your whole life story. It just means that you yourself first have to be vulnerable. And so being in a position of service. So, Tef, Oh, so Ramon, oh man, you just gave us some awesome insight. I was going to spend the next 2 or 3 hours talking about this, but you just said it in one sentence. So Ramon says he's living in Vietnam and he finally understands the tea culture. It makes sense. It's all about time. Takes time to make, takes time to cool, and takes it to drink. Yeah, so that mindfulness, like when you're putting that mindfulness in, you're also like, and if you have a guest with you, or you're with your friend and you're brewing the tea and you're taking the time to do all of those things, you're like setting the culture and setting the tone for that space, for that container you're making with your friend. And so tea plays a very powerful role in helping with that. Even if you don't know this person, it's a stranger, or it's like someone that maybe you have a power dynamic with, and so you feel like, oh, I could never be vulnerable with this person, or I could never hold space with this person. The second you start brewing tea for them, it's like clockwork, it just works perfectly. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, Vietnam's got a cool tea culture. It's a little bit different than the tea culture that I'm used to in like China and Taiwan. But Vietnam does have some very old wild growing trees. So I'm just gonna start brewing some tea. I just got this this was a gift my friend gave me a couple of years ago. I can't read that, but 2019. We're drinking a tea from. It's so simple, but it's so good for your spirit. So simplicity is huge as well. This is simplicity of being a servant to someone else. Like even if you're in a higher power dynamic position to them is really incredible, really powerful. And you do a great service to your guest by creating that safe space and holding space for them. But what I want to put an additional focus on in today's conversation around this is the healing power that it has for the person holding space. So like, I oftentimes, I'm often holding space for people. I serve a lot of tea to people. It's so funny. Sometimes I get I have a client in LA and she's kind of just starting her tea business. And she calls me sometimes with a ton of questions, and that's cool. I love that. The more questions that come to me, the better, because it means they've been thinking about things. And she's coming with all these questions, expecting me to be like a normal business person, just answer the questions and try to sell the product. But I'm holding space for her. I'm holding space for her just to talk her stuff out. Sometimes I don't even say something. I'm just present with her and just And then, introducing, a unique perspective when I feel the time is right for it. And the first time that we had a conversation, she says, Elise, you're like my therapist. She's like, I pay to meet with a therapist, and this conversation that I've had with you has been so much more powerful for me than the therapist that I meet with regularly. And I said, yeah, that's the power of holding space. And not only does the other person benefit from it, but I benefit from it too. And sometimes I get a little worn down and I get a little pessimistic that I hold too much space or I burden myself too much with this responsibility. But I think the whole purpose of why I wanted to do this stream today is help remind myself and help introduce this new perspective that you're not getting worn down. Oh, this tea is so good. I needed that. It tastes so sweet. It's like this rich dessert, but it's in this very clean looking tea. It's got so much body to it. Tastes really clean. I know I'm going to feel good on this. It'll be great. I'll feel good on it like it's a drug or something. But yeah, I want to remind myself and I want to remind others that do find themselves holding space often that there's benefit to us as well. There's benefit in the feeling of helping someone become safe. And that could be literally safe, like saving someone's life. That must be an incredible feeling. I've never had a very dramatic experience of saving someone's life. Perhaps I've done it in an indirect, less dramatic way, but it must be an incredible feeling to save someone's life and to like know that you helped ease someone's anxiety, around feeling like they were in danger to being safe. So that same concept, it can be pumping in all those happy vibes that we're always looking for when we're like emotionally holding space for someone. Because oftentimes you can feel pretty exhausted and pretty overworked if you're holding too much space. Work on my second infusion here. Man, it has like it almost tastes like candy, and that's so weird because before I started streaming, I was thinking about candy. I'm like, I wish I could just eat a bunch of candy. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know. But I feel like I'm getting that satisfaction that I was looking for from this cup of tea. 0 calories. Tons of goodness. So there's the act of serving tea. Like what Ramon was saying, like with the time, slowing down and focusing on this, and that creates the culture with whomever you're sitting with, that, this is time to slow down. It's like, you don't have to tell them there's rules of like, don't have your cell phone out. You don't have to tell them that. They feel it. They feel that that's the culture. When you sit down in this space and do this kind of work, of this kind of service. Next track got a little loud, but this is cool. I like this one. This is a cool little hang drum jamming it out. Oh, Ramon, thanks so much for coming over, saying hi. Must be a beautiful Saturday morning, late morning for you. Oh, this is good. No, early morning. It must be early morning for you, because I think Vietnam. No, it's probably like 8 or 9. That's my guess. By this point in my life, I should have all of the world clock memorized in my head, but I'm not that good. 10 a.m. All right. They're before you, Tef. Yeah, Tef, you're always over here bragging about the future, and it's like, no, Ramon is from the future. Yeah, Ramon, I'm speaking with my friend Tef. He's from Denmark, but he's watching on Twitch. So you might not be able to see your comments, but Tef can see your comments because I have all the comments from Facebook going to Twitch, because I'm really trying to get everybody onto Twitch. I am so Twitch enthusiastic. Yeah, I really like the platform. There's a lot of space holding happening on Twitch versus, the live streaming platforms on different, like Facebook. I know there's a lot of live streaming going on there, but I think there's a lot less space holding happening there. Because Twitch streams tend to be long, and the value of the stream is not so much in the direct content that's being produced, but in the chat, in the conversations that are had there, in the culture that's built there. So like that in itself is holding space. And when you are the streamer and it's just you talking to the camera and like allowing the Twitch conversation to kind of take where, your content goes, you're in a really vulnerable place right there. A lot of people can't even do that. It's like public speaking, but even worse. They're like, how can you just talk into a camera and no one else there? I'm just talking to a bunch of machines. And it's like, well, because I'm doing it because this community, wants it. It's a really strange thing. Like, some of these communities you'll go in, and the content is, it's not mind-blowing content. And actually, some of them, they're not even using, high-quality equipment to create that content. But they are just incredible space holders. The community that's drawn there, they feel like that's their jam, that's their vibe, and they want to be there. And They can make other friends there, and they can trust that the other people that they meet there are going to be comfortable and safe, where they can be themselves. Like, that's holding space. Like, that's literally holding space. I don't know, Tef, if you have other thoughts on that. I know you do a lot of work on Twitch and see a lot of different communities, but in my limited experience on the platform, I think it's great. And I think it's something that, like, young people need, you know? Like, there's quite a few streamers that address, like, mental health a lot. So this one came out a lot darker. This tea is going to be a lot stronger. I brewed it for longer, but it should still be good. Yeah, there are some streamers that, like, talk pretty extensively about mental health, and they have large communities, and sometimes, like, people will come in and say some alarming things about, you know, their mental state, and the streamer will, like, stop whatever they're doing and, like, address that person and hold space for that, like, them in particular, not just for the entire chat community, but, like, for that person, and saying, you're special, you know, like, life is always can be better, and we can, you know, think of those perspectives, and it's never worth it to quit. Twitch has a big variety. Yeah, you're right about that. But even the variety, right? So, like, I'm not just talking about, like, nice guys that are, like, helping people with mental health and talking about these types of things, but, like, the other night I came across this streamer. It was funny. It's, like, comedy. This guy, he's, like, he pretends to be, like, a preacher. Like a redneck preacher or something. I don't know. And he's, like, super judgmental. And I'm like, how the heck is he not trolled by every single person here? Like, he's saying all this crazy religious stuff, and, like, he's just constantly getting trolled, and he's, like, letting the people troll him, and he's, like, addressing, and after some time you start to realize that it's a joke, that, like, he's being, you know, it's a farce, you know, he's not being serious, and just kind of using this religious angle to make, you know, criticisms on religion, and so, like, that, it's comedy, and it's kind of rude, and it's kind of inappropriate, and it feels not right, but even he is holding space. Like, he's holding space for people to see other perspectives, and I thought that was really cool. I'm like, oh, this guy, he had a big following too. I don't know if you've seen, I think it's like the Bible Boys or something like that. That's what it's called. And then, like, you know, even the video, the gaming stuff, you know, like, maybe there's some people that go exclusively for the content, and they can't stand the streamer and don't want to hear them talk, but, like, I think most of the time, like, they like that streamer. Like, there's, like, a lifestyle and a culture around that person's personality while they're gaming. Oh, this music is getting a little heavy. Yeah, this tea is good. You see how much richer it looks than it was before? So this is a Sheng Pu'er tea coming from Nanoshan. My friend in Nanoshan gifted it to me. This is not a tea that I have in my catalog. I'm pretty sure, you know, a tea like this would be priced out of the U.S. market or the international market. This is like a special batch that was gifted to me. Just a small amount. I mean, I showed you the bag. Just this a small amount here. Probably think it's weed or something. No, this is tea. Good tea. Ooh. Oh, that got Bitcoin excited. He jumped down. So yeah, let's check out this article. So I found an academic article about holding space. And I was like, okay, so this is it. I've got a, hey, bitty boy, you want to come say hello to everybody? Have a seat. Have a seat, boy. I don't know, let's see. Let me try Reddit one more time. Maybe it was just overloaded. Sit, boy. Good boy. Say hello to everybody. Yeah, there's something going on with Reddit. Maybe it doesn't like my Twitch link there. I believe that was it. All right, so we're good to go now. Bitcoin. Happy Friday evening. Speaking of holding space, I just got a message from a tea shop owner that recently, oh, that's so cute. You can see Bitcoin's head in the in the top. A tea shop owner that reached out to me because she started using Topia to host tea gatherings, and she found our tea house. Welcome to my tea table. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm talking about holding space and tea as a tool to hold space. So I'm actually going to be reading an academic article, and yeah, you're free to ask me questions. Stop me as I go. I'm also streaming on Twitch. See the link at the bottom of this page. It's much better. You see the green screen? It's a lot cooler if you see it on Twitch. But we also love Reddit. Yes, Tef, I like that strategy. Tef says, hooray, then we can corrupt her to use our tea house and then making her come to Twitch and spread the tea word. Yeah, I want to bring everybody to Twitch. I'm a big fan of Twitch. Bitcoin, you too? Oh, so cute. Bitcoin got a bath today, so he smells extra good. All right, let's decant the next tea. Oh no, Bitcoin, this is tea. You don't like tea. I'm drinking some Sheng Pu'er. Sheng Pu'er is raw pu'er coming from old tea trees in Yunnan, China. What's important about pu'er tea is that it's coming from tea trees that are planted from seed. So that seed will grow a taproot that goes very deep into the earth, where the mineral content is higher and where the energy and the chi. Oh, there you go, Bitcoin. What's this? What's this? Having a little fun on Twitch. Yeah, come join us on Twitch if you enjoy using Twitch. You can see my handle at the bottom on this paper. If not, you can join me here. It's kind of the behind the scenes look of being a streamer. This is my dog Bitcoin. He's the cutest. He's a cutie boy. And the disco ball was all his idea. See, look how excited he gets about it. He loves the disco ball, huh boy? So yeah, today I'm talking about the concept of holding space. And that's basically the concept of creating a safe container for somebody else to feel vulnerable, so that they feel safe to be authentic, they feel safe to open their heart and their mind. And so like usually you'll hear of somebody talking about holding space like when their friend is having relationship problems or money problems, and you just like sit and listen to their problems. Sometimes you don't even have to say anything to hold space. You just sit there. just like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is good at holding space. You know, he'll just sit there and make you feel comfortable. Look at him, oh, he's so empathetic, such an empathetic boy. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions about the concepts I'm talking about. And these things are very much related to tea, because in the act of brewing and serving tea, you first of all are lowering yourself in a position of service. That in itself is a position of vulnerability. It's kind of like when you're a server at a restaurant. Tef, you can probably relate to this. Like, when you're a server at a restaurant, you're essentially holding space for all your customers. You know, making sure that you make them feel comfortable. You know, even if you don't agree with something they're saying or doing, if you're, you know, doing your job well, you're not supposed to do anything on that. At the same time, you know, if you stand up and hold somebody accountable too, like, you can also be holding space for them. But the only effective way to give your opinion or give your feedback or call someone out or hold someone accountable while you're holding space for them is if you do it with like love and an open heart yourself. Oh, Bitcoin, you getting comfortable, huh? He's like my Persian pup. So sweet. So I know you, sweet boy. So there's that. When you serve the tea and offer someone a cup of tea, you're immediately serving them. You're immediately putting yourself into a vulnerable position to them. But there's something else about tea that's also magical and related to this concept, and that's like the chemical makeup of tea. So all tea comes from the same plant, the Camellia sinensis plant. That plant can be made into green tea, white tea, oolong tea, black tea, pu'er tea, just like this. That plant contains caffeine. That's why we all like it. But then it also contains L-theanine, and L-theanine is an amino acid that can only be found in the Camellia sinensis plant, which makes the tea really magical. And the L-theanine changes the caffeine's reaction in the body from being like a big jerk of energy to like a drop, like what you feel in coffee or energy drinks when you have caffeine alone. When you have it with the L-theanine, it gives you mental focus and body relaxation. And that itself is like the foundational building block of creating a safe environment for you and your guest. So if you both are, what's going on, bitty boy? If you're both drinking tea, getting yourself into this heightened consciousness together, and then you're also like relaxed and like focused on your breathing and focused on your breath or your heartbeat, there's going to be a lot more empathy. There's going to be a lot more vulnerability. And that's where like the really juicy ideas and evolution and love and vulnerability comes from. And this process is beneficial not only for the person that's being allowed to share their authenticity with you, but you know, as the person holding space, you also benefit in that activity, because it feels good to make someone feel safe. It really does. This Tef says, no, I'm not holding space. I'm guiding them through an evening of a culinary journey of learning, and then I charge them for all their money. What the fuck? Joe, welcome. Welcome, Joe. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So our friend Joe says he was just reading an article about caffeine content in tea and opened the phone to find me talking about caffeine and theanine. Well, what else is new? What else is new? Happy Friday, Joe. Living the best life. I'm drinking some really good tea. This is some really, really, really good Sheng Pu'er. This is just like a small gift that was given to me. I believe it's coming from some really old trees. See that? Big leaves. Lots of energy. Lots of energy from the earth in these leaves. Yeah, Joe, I'm talking about holding space, and actually the article I found, you may be interested in it. Oh, you're working on an article. Oh, you were working on an article on caffeine and tea. Great, awesome. Yes. Also important to talk about the theanine. Very important to talk about that. Hey, Bradley, welcome. Happy Saturday morning to you. All right, guys. No, you're in the past. No, you're the most in the future. All right, so we have a new contender for the person coming from the most future. I think that's Bradley. We had somebody, Ramon was in from Vietnam, and Tef got a little butthurt because, sorry Tef, that was a little harsh. The Tef stood up his ground that he's also from the future, but Vietnam is farther in the future. But I think Australia's even more in the future. What's up, bitty boy? He's a little upset. Oh, future sailor. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me about that, Bradley. I've had a couple of like hiccups in my life over the past few months that's really like, I mean, I had like all this like momentum and enthusiasm about this. Like I wanted to build a modern sail ship to do a shipment of tea. Bitcoin, you ready to get down? All right, Bitcoin's gonna go down. He had a lot of fun. Maybe he'll come back later and say hi to us. Yeah, I want to build like a modern sailboat and do a tea shipment because logistics are a nightmare. There are like months and months of backlogged shipments of everything, not just tea, but like anything from all the ports in China right now because of like the pandemic and then like increased online shopping, direct shipping from China has put a big strain on logistics out of China. And so like if you want to ship something by sea, it's potentially going to take a year to get it to come out. Like they don't even have enough shipping containers to ship all this backlog product that needs to be sent out of China. And they're like at full capacity producing more containers. They're at full capacity making containers and they can't even make enough because for every 3 containers that leave China, only 1 comes back. So like they produce all these containers and then they end up in other places and they don't ever come back because China does not, import. They're a major exporter. And the pandemic, as well as the political tensions that you mentioned, Bradley, put a big strain on that. So long story short, shipping tea around the world is going to become very expensive. And yeah, Reddit, I didn't let you guys know, I'm a tea importer. I run a software company called Tealet, and we facilitate direct trade between small family farms around the world and tea business buyers. And so we do like large scale imports of, artisanal tea like this. We import them in large quantities to get the shipping costs down, and then we, share that out with our buyers. And so logistics is a big concern of mine. And I said, you know what, fuck it. I'm just gonna do it myself. I'll get a modern sailboat, a modern clipper ship, and we'll go pick up the tea ourselves, and we'll have a great time along the way. Hey, what's up? What's up? Do I like Indian chai? I do like Indian chai. And you know what? I'm giving you a big fat thumbs up for calling it Indian chai, because so many times I can actually safely say that 100% of the streamers on Twitch that I've dropped into, either by rating or by following or subscribing, and they say, oh, Tealet tea, oh, tea, you like tea? I love chai tea. They all say, I love chai tea. And I have to educate them every time that chai tea actually means tea, because chai is the Hindi word for tea. So when you say chai tea, you're saying tea. So you said Indian chai, and that was actually a very accurate way to address it. And I do like Indian chai. I really enjoy Nilgiri, South Indian tea. There's a couple of farmers we work with there that have really nice teas I'm a big fan of. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I like these jams too. I'm just like playing some kind of meditative, uplifting jams. I wanted to play something a little bit uplifting. Last week I did classical music. I was talking about brain health and tea, and I played classical music, so that was an interesting change in music theme. Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. You can also follow me on Twitch. I stream to Twitch regularly. We have a pretty fun time there. We have pretty cool interactive tea sessions. And of course, the viewing experience is quite a bit different than it is on Reddit. You're getting kind of the behind the views viewpoint, but on Twitch, I get to have a lot of fun with the green screen. So yeah, right now I'm just showing my tea. I'm talking about holding space, Joe, and I found a very interesting article that I'm going to read that talks about holding space. Because you know, I've been hearing about this term for years and years now, but it's always told to me from a like new age perspective, which is great. You know, like the new agers, the yogis, they totally understand the concept of holding space. But today what I found and what I want to share is an article I found that has a more academic perspective on holding space. Tea as a vessel, yes. That's exactly it. So this article I found is published in, it's actually published in a psychology. Hey, what's up, Neil? Thanks for coming in and saying hello. Oh, Bitcoin's excited. Oh, he's playing. He's brought his ball over. He wants to play with his ball. I may have to throw it for him. Bring it over here, Bitcoin, if you want me to throw it. Come on. Oh, he's so cute. The ball is like twice as big. Oh, hi from Reddit. Thank you for coming. Yes! Yeah! Somebody came from Reddit. And I just got kicked off of Reddit. How is that? I just like got, what the heck? I guess like my celebration was too much. Oh, thanks, Joe. Thanks for showing that article. Here, let's look at it. Let's take a look. Oh, Bitcoin. Bitcoin. His toys are all big. This is the toy he's currently playing with. It kind of looks like him, yeah. Go get it, boy. Go get it. All right, let's go. Let's check this article out. So Joe shared an article with us. So Joe is actually a tea friend, a good tea friend of ours, and he actually sources some tea through the Tea Lit Network. And so he also talks a lot about tea and the healing. Well, he's an herbalist, so he talks about a little bit more than just tea. Let's see. Whoa. Whoa. How did this happen? There we go. Tea as a vessel. All right, Neil wants to know tea recommendations for losing weight. All right, so this is a big topic. You've asked kind of a trigger question for me, but you know I'm going to answer your question with all love. I don't recommend tea for losing weight. And the reason why is because in order for tea to actually help you with weight loss, or tea to actually help you with reducing cancer, like all these health claims that people associate tea with, the only way that those claims are ever going to work for you is if you're drinking tea every day. And you can't be drinking tea for the purpose of it to be a medicine. It won't work for you as well than if you're drinking tea as something that you genuinely and purely enjoy. So, and Joe's triggered as well. Yeah, the triggers of a high quality tea purveyor. It's a trauma response for us because we get asked that question so many times, like what tea is good for this, what tea is good for that, and tea is good for helping with your metabolism. Like there is scientific evidence behind that, but the only way that it really does is if you're like drinking it all the time, and if you really embrace the full lifestyle around tea, then you'll start to see those results. But if you're just going to buy a tea thinking, oh, it's going to do this, let me try it for the week and see if it works, it's not going to work for you. Like, I guarantee it's not going to work for you. Now, if you start like buying different teas and trying out different things, and you're like, oh, I don't like this one, I like this one, I like that one, and you like take it like a connoisseurship, like it's wine. Like, I don't know if you've gotten into wine or craft beers or whiskeys or anything like that, and you're in Newark. So there's a lot of good tea shops around there, actually. A lot. I'm trying to think of any clients that I have in Newark. I mean, if you go into Manhattan and Brooklyn actually has a lot of really great tea shops. It's expensive, you know, just like everything, because rent's so high, so tea shops, you know, have to charge a little bit more. But I'd suggest that you go to like one of those tea shops and maybe not buy all of your tea from them. I'm in Nevada. I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. So if you ever have the pleasure to come to the Las Vegas Strip, I am less than 2 miles away. I'm just off the Strip. And yeah, I've got a tea room in Chinatown. So I'm actually in Chinatown. So there's a lot of really great food here if you ever visit my tea room. And yeah, I've got a full on tea room. And I'm kind of closed right now because of the pandemic, and I'm really focused more on kind of broadcasting this stuff versus hosting events. I usually host very large events, parties, music festivals in my tea room. But right now I'm not doing that. Yeah, you should come visit. Anybody, if you ever come to Las Vegas, please come visit me. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll drink some tea, we'll go eat some bomb food. And I guarantee you, if I'll save you a bunch of money. Because like the Las Vegas Strip, you just said, yeah, Neil just said, oh, you want to come to win in Vegas so you can pay off your college. It doesn't really work that way, you know, not everybody wins. Actually, most people don't win. And then the Strip, you know, so this is something interesting about Las Vegas and like the economy here and how things have changed over the past decade or so. Las Vegas used to be a very like gamble-rich city. People would come and they spent a lot of money gambling. And so the casinos would encourage more of this gambling and was able to subsidize like alcohol and food, you know, because the gambling revenues are so high to support that. But now in the past like 5 years or so, gambling has gone down. Like even before the pandemic, even before, you know, like, you know, the economy was doing well, but still less people were coming here, but they weren't gambling. They're coming here for a conference, they're coming for business, they're coming for a wedding, or they're coming for, you know, some type of party. But like gambling is something that like people aren't sitting around doing for hours. And so the Strip has had to change its business model. Like they can no longer subsidize all the alcohol and all of the food. So they've created these like super elite like celebrity restaurants and cocktail lounges. And it is ridiculously expensive now to eat and drink on the Strip. It used to be like free because they wanted you to get drunk so you'd spend more money. But now, yeah, it is good to know. So here's the trick about Vegas. You go like half a mile off the Strip or anywhere off the Strip and everything is like a quarter of the price. Food, drinks, you know, so if you come visit me, I'll definitely I can show you around and give you recommendations of good restaurants that are not too far from the Strip. Definitely worth the Uber drive to go to. I mean, of course, right now I'm not recommending that you come to Las Vegas, although Las Vegas is open. It really trips people out when they're like, what? The Strip is open and there's thousands of people walking around? Yes. Our pandemic response has been very different here. So if you are stir crazy and just have to get out. Oh, see you later, Neil. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, that was a big deal. You're the first person to come from Reddit here, so that makes me feel happy. So happy. Thank you for coming. We'll see you next time. All right, Joe, let's take a look at this article. The tea took me on like a total like Vegas rant, but that's cool. I'm just holding space for you guys. I'm trying to make you guys feel comfortable on this Friday night. that we can just talk about what we want to talk about. All right, I'm gonna zoom this in so I can see better. I see it's a little. I do like the aesthetic of your typography. That's what it's not aesthetic. It's your typography. I do like it. It's very nice. Let me just grab my phone. Tea as a vessel. Let's see how long this is. All right, Joe, I'm gonna read it really fast. Are you fine with that? Am I allowed? I've had it in the background for a while now. I guess everybody could have read it by now. What a bummer. I got kicked off Reddit. Something happened. Oh, get it, boy. Get it, get it, get it. No barking. You can play, but no barking. When we think of tea, most people think of a beverage or a plant. We think of refreshment, like an ice-cold glass of sun tea on a hot summer's day. We think of comfort and sitting down to enjoy a nice warm cup while it gently snows outside. We think of the nourishment and health benefits in a mug of herbal tea made with our favorite flowers, roots, and leaves. This is, however, only one spectrum of how we can view tea itself, in which we focus on the physical substance and its effects on us. I'm here today to help elucidate another perspective, that of tea and its immaterial characteristics. Yes, tea is all of the above, but it is also a container, a platform of sorts. Tea is a vessel. This vessel opens and holds a space for conversations, connections, ideas, and understanding. It offers an environment for communication to happen and even flourish. It opens doors and builds bridges between people and their ideas. Tea is more than just a beverage. It is a perspective that can accompany our way of life and enliven us while also bringing us peace. How does tea do all these things? How are they relevant to our daily lives? And how can we apply them in a way that enriches us, our community, and the world? Well, for starters, tea slows us down. And that was brought up by our friend Ramon in Vietnam. So we're covering all the bases. This is great. Now you guys know I'm not crazy. Like, other people think the same thing that I've been saying. Well, for starters, tea slows us down. It offers an activity, something to do. Yet this activity is one that is best carried out with patience and careful awareness. Have you ever made a cup of green tea and while it was steeping, you forgot it on the counter until 20 minutes later? Now the tea is bitter, lukewarm, and generally unpleasant. This is because the tea wants your careful attention. It commands more respect than mindless consumption and invites you to the present moment. To drop the distractions and to be fully immersed in this present. So there's another key word, present. Yeah. Tea brings the mind to rest through simplicity. Oh, simplicity. A lot of people looking for simplicity these days. Careful intent and conscious awareness. As we prepare a cup of tea, we focus on and attune to our finer senses in the immediate moment. The sounds of pouring hot water over the leaves and the gentle clicking of the teapot, the aromas released by the leaf when brought to life with water, the subtle yet complex flavor which fill the mouth and sinuses, the memories and visions which arise from the aromas and flavors, the feeling of the teaware in our hands, and the sensations we experience after we've consumed the liquor. By the way, liquor is another term we use in the industry for the decanted tea that you drink. These are but a few of the many ways in which tea offers an incredibly nuanced sensorial experience. The experience helps us to discard the hustle and bustle, let go of our worries, and to sit with ourselves. We bring our focus to our present environment, away from the past and future. Free of distraction, pressure, and worry, we enter a state of serene and authentic being. Authentic. So you see all these like buzzwords I've been using? Like, I mean, I'm reading Joe's article. These are not my words. I did not write this article. This is our friend Joe wrote this. So, you know, I know Joe and I drink the same tea, but come on. Residing in this state lets us sort out our thoughts and learn more about what is going on under the surface beyond our identity. It helps us to release the weight that we carry through our lives. When we are simply open and allow it, tea brings about a state of deep meditation. When we are willing to cast aside the incessant thoughts of our daily lives, we can move into a deeper state of consciousness. Tea is there to help guide us into this consciousness. Once present, we begin to open like a book from which we can receive infinite wisdom and insight. This wisdom comes to us only when we peel away the layers of culture, beliefs, politics, and all forms of predisposed identities. We stop projecting what we think and start reflecting upon what we feel. We attune to our more subtle senses beyond that of the intellect. As we learn to acclimate to this state, we become much more understanding of others and ourselves. That's the empathy. Our communication skills improve exponentially as we are no longer trying to convince nor defend any certain point of view, but rather are allowing ourselves to understand all perspectives. Because we are open and receptive, we have no need to argue and can instead connect on a deeper level with our fellow humans and with the earth itself. All our ideas, identities, and perceptions reveal themselves as subjective and open to observation rather than judgment. At the tea table, predisposition dissolves. Tea becomes a vessel from which we can learn, discuss, and communicate effectively. The value of such an environment is far beyond words, especially in the modern age. In these discussions, we can develop and create a more conscious way of living. We can work with each other to integrate compassion, understanding, and presence into our society and our ways of living. It is too apparent how poorly we communicate with each other as humans. Tea offers an intimate level of connection that can greatly benefit us all in the earth which we call home. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for including that last little note there. It is for these reasons that I recommend each of us to take a few moments out of our day to consciously prepare a cup of tea and to sit with it. Free of other activity and stimulation, focus your awareness on each step of the process, then sit in comfy and quiet spot and let your thoughts come to rest. Do not force the mind into submission, but rather observe it without attachment or judgment. As thoughts arise, simply let them go. Turn off the background noise and tune into the present moment. It is only from the present that we can heal from our past and can learn how to create a better future. Oh, Joe, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing from your heart. You never gave me consent to read this, but I did it anyway, and I appreciate you. So, for all those curious, this is Joe's website. You can see the link here. The link is also in the chat. You should be able to get access to it, but he has a company, Sage and Cedar, and it's sagecedarherbalteas.com. You can see that at the top there, and the link for this article is in the chat. Thanks, Joe, for sharing that with us. So yeah, speaking of, I'm gonna take a moment to brew and enjoy some tea. What? Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Thank you for the consent. Thank you for the reactive consent. But thank you all the same. Yeah, you're a great writer, Joe. You're very good at putting the ideas together. I've never written. Actually, I think I have written a blog about space holding, but you definitely did an incredible job. I don't think I've ever written in such great detail. Democracy of Sweden. I'm intrigued. I'm so intrigued. I have to look you up right now. I have to look you up. Oh, you're new. Welcome to Twitch. Thanks for coming by and saying hi. Yes, I'm a tea streamer. My name is Elise. This is my table. And yeah, we're talking about holding space. and the healing power of holding space on Friday nights. Oh, so you do gaming. I don't see you've done any streaming, but the reason why I'm intrigued by Democracy of Sweden, is because I do a stream on Wednesdays called Constitution Study Group, where we talk about the Constitution, we talk about the state of democracy, and I mean, ultimately, like, I've been doing this for months, but you know, now we're at a point where we've given up talking about democracy because it kind of doesn't exist. And we've given up talking about the Constitution because it's not really serving our civility. And so just talking about the civility, which is simply politeness and the systems that we put in place and the protocols we put in place to ensure we can all be polite to each other and be happy. You're getting your stuff set up. Well, hey, good luck. What kind of games do you like to stream? I don't do any game streaming. I'm exclusively a tea streamer. Yeah, I'm interested in democracy. So I'm a tea streamer, but I also own a tea business. And this tea business imports teas from small family farms. They're very high quality teas. As you see here, what I'm brewing here, this is like Chinese style of brewing the tea, Gung Fu Cha. And there's a lot of, you like exploration or games that are experienced to play. Cool. Awesome. I followed you. Actually, I think I did. Let me definitely make sure I did. All right, I followed you. So when you start streaming, I'm going to drop in and say hello. And we can talk about, democracy. It's a deep subject. So yeah, we don't talk about democracy anymore. We talk about restorative culture. So it's kind of having deeper, more vulnerable conversations around how we can better set up the protocols to support true democracy, or, you know, an open, free civilization where we can decivilize. It's so simple. But, you know, the world has made it so hard these days. So yeah, on Wednesdays I stream about that. So if you ever catch me on a Wednesday, I'm talking about, it's not politics. We are not talking about politics. We are talking about civility. And there is a big difference between civility and politics, even though the politics are in place to support our civility. They're different things. You can have a civilization without government. Basically, that's it. Yeah. So yeah, we talk about these things. Although I do believe in government. I believe that the protocols, especially with how large scale our global systems are, there is a need. I don't know exactly what the answer is, like what the actual role is and how it should be laid out. But what I do believe is that we will find those answers when we all hold space for each other and have like really vulnerable, authentic conversations with each other about how the world is working. We could be very surprised with what we come up with. And with technology and utilizing a platform like Twitch to tell these stories and to create those connections and have those discussions, you know, a lot of good can happen in this world. So yeah, I'm a justice warrior. I've been a justice warrior for rural farmers around the world since I was in my early 20s. I've worked all over the world. I've worked in Africa, I've worked in Asia, and speak several different languages and work with different communities, mostly marginalized communities, which are mostly agriculture. Oh, Eric Glass, you don't know what Twitch is? Here, I'm gonna give you the link right now. Come to Twitch. Eric, you would love Twitch. Oh man, Eric, I can't wait for you to discover Twitch. You're gonna love it so much. So all the streaming that I do, Eric, I like multi-stream to all the platforms, YouTube and Twitter, because I've been building communities there. And, you know, like I want them to be able to engage. Twitch sounds like a nervous tick. That's funny. That's probably why they called it that. I don't know. Tef, do you know or does anybody know the history of the Twitch brand? I know the product wasn't always called Twitch. It used to be Justin TV. You might have remembered that, Eric. But they changed it to Twitch, and I don't know the meaning of it. Maybe it's something to do with the nervous tick. But yeah, so Twitch is a much more interactive, rich a platform for live streaming. And there's actually one other tea streamer there, Eric. I can introduce you to her. Tea Friends. Yeah, Tea Fens. Tea Fens. You'd like her. She's good. She drinks a lot of shoe pour. You could probably sell her some of your hei cha. She probably would love your hei cha. Okay, yeah, look at your computer. It's, oh, you're having tea at the moment. Yes, Eric, Friday night. Woohoo, drink more tea. Eric, I'm glad to hear you're drinking tea. I know you had expressed to me that you kind of lost some of your tea motivation recently, and that makes me sad. But you're drinking tea now. Tea is good. Holding space is great. Eric, how do you like my new art? I'll bring it up closer. Well, yeah, bring it up closer. You can see. This is from Marie from Not Made in China in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Really beautiful. I love Marie's work. This was her gift. She called it Russian Christmas. I guess like Russian Christmas, they you get a gift your Christmas after Christmas. Oh, you saw her post. Okay, cool. Yeah, she made that really cool like time lapse video TikTok. There's another one, TikTok. I haven't really built up our TikTok community so much, but yeah, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. And so, you know, since the community is there, I want to... What is this? So this is my, you know, it can be my teacup, my steamy teacup, my magical steamy teacup. But really, since I've got the Easy Bake Oven here, so I actually brought some eggs, and I have all the ingredients to make cookies or cake or something, so I might do that. Anytime I want, I can just pop some cookies in the Easy Bake. So this is like my kitchen. And this is my magical cauldron of goodies. Maybe I'm making some like yak butter tea or something like that in there. I don't know. It's just kind of a fun thing. It's like a steamy cup. But I wanted to be in a calm, peaceful, safe feeling environment, and nothing more calm than, well, maybe there's something more calm, but this feels very calm for me, like a warm, toasty cabin with snow outside, and the disco ball, because, you know, it's Friday night. You've never had butter tea before, Eric? Oh wow, I'm surprised by that too. I've had it. I haven't had a Tibetan. Actually, I have. I take that back. I have. When I was in Yunnan, somebody's parents gave me. They were Tibetan, and they gave me some. But I've drank a lot more in Nepal. They have something similar. I mean, all of the Himalayan communities kind of have similar diets and similar kind of cultures, but they do it a little bit differently in Nepal. They add salt and raw egg. You like crack an egg into it, and it makes it into this like really thick foamy tea. But yeah, the Tibetan culture in the Himalayas, they brew the tea very strong, usually like the dark tea. They brew it very strong, and they add in yak butter. So it's kind of like a milk tea. It's very different than like Indian chai, if you've had that, because that is heavily brewed black tea with milk and sugar. But the yak butter tea, they use yak butter. Super heavy, super rich, and it's more of a satiation, sustenance than it is like tea, like what I'm drinking. Is it butter in the leaves? No, they put it into like when they brew. So like they'll they'll steep the leaves and they'll brew that really strong. You know, like I'm steeping the leaves in this thing here, like I'm steeping the leaves here, but with the yak butter or even with like Indian milk tea, what they're doing, they put it on like the fire. So like they brew the tea on the fire for a long time. So they boil it and brew it really strong, and then after that they add in the butter and the salt and the sugar. But the Hunan Heicha, that was like the first tea that made its way into Tibet, right? Because like the first international trade route was between China and Tibet, and it originally started because the folklore, the legend is that the Chinese king or Chinese emperor, I think he was a king. I don't know which king, I forget the story exactly, but they wanted to make amends with Tibet, and so he sent his daughter as a bride to the Tibet king, and sent like tribute with the daughter, and that included a bunch of tea, because like they can pack the tea into like really tight cakes, kind of like this. So they can pack the tea into like a tight pack thing. This is a mini one, Eric. You're gonna love this. This is the cutest little thing. I opened it just yesterday and I fell in love with it. I was gifted this a long time ago and I never opened it. But this, it's wrapped in the lotus leaves, and they press the tea. The tea leaves get pressed. And they you know, the tea leaves inside this paper, these are like mini. Usually they're pressed into like larger cakes that are like almost a pound. This is a small amount. This is like a single serving, you know, 4 grams, 3 or 4 grams. And then they wrap them up. And so when it's like this, it's packed a lot better. So the Heicha they had sent to Tibet, and Tibet, they loved it so much. I don't think, someone was asking if these are called tuos, and I'm like, I mean, technically I would call this a tuo, but maybe there's a clever name. Maybe you know it, Eric. But I thought this was so cute. Just tea coins, yeah. So the Tibetans wanted more tea. They were like, hey, we like this stuff. We want more of it. And then, yeah, they are cute, Joe. And then the Chinese, yeah, I had some yesterday. Actually, that's what I was drinking during Tea Talks yesterday. It was really good. The tea is actually quite good. Not as good as this one. This one I'm drinking today is much better. Much better. And that's this. I'm drinking this today. I don't know. I think that this is like a gushu from Nanoshan. Gushu is like old tree. It's got some good chi to it. I'm feeling really good. But the Chinese liked, or they didn't have horses, and Tibet had horses, and so they ended up sending horses to get tea back. And then the cool part of the story, you called that the tea coin, the little cakes I just showed you. You know, as that trade route became more mature, other people along the route, other villages and other, you know, tradespeople or whatever, they would, oh, that's the name? Kujiang Bao Pian? Kujiang Bao Pian? Am I pronouncing that right, Eric? I don't know how your Mandarin is a lot sharper than mine. So, they started trading, and then like all these other people wanted to trade too. They were like, I got dried mushrooms, I've got dried herbs, I got these other things I want to trade in, but there wasn't a currency. There wasn't a currency to evaluate these trades. So they would use the coins. They would use these T coins to evaluate. So it is said by, some historians that T coins similar to this was our first form of currency. Press T was our first form of currency. Cool, yeah? I think it's pretty cool. My Q is wrong, isn't it? It's a cheese. Chu. So is it Chu Chiang Bao Pian? Chu Chiang? Q, not Q Chiang. Chu. Chu Chiang Bao Pian. I took Mandarin. I didn't learn any of it. I think I learned the tones, but the tones, like, unless I'm told what the tone is, like if it has the, they put the little notes over the top of it so you can know the tone, I usually don't say it right. Oh, so that's closer. Chu Chian, let me see again. Sorry. Chu Chiang Bao Pian. Yeah, Mandarin's hard. If anybody speaks Mandarin, you can pronounce pinyin, but you can't speak it. I don't understand. How do you pronounce and not speak, Eric? Tuochan means bowl-shaped tea. Yeah, so the I don't have any tuocha. It's like really tuocha is pretty much exclusively like a factory tea. It's like a commercial factory tea, which we don't deal in. Like a small tea grower, a small tea producer that's making like high quality gushu would never press that into a tuochan. Now, a buyer may decide, I want that pressed into small ones, and they'll do it. And there's a couple of vendors, even here in the United States, that do that. But a lot of time the vendor has to do that themselves. The farmer wouldn't. The farmer, though, would commission for their mao cha to get pressed into proper tea cakes. But yeah, the tuochas, they're typically pressed where they have like an indent into them. So I see where it means little bowl. It kind of looks like a little bowl. Kind of like a little pointy bowl, a pointy upside down bowl. I don't know. But yeah, the tuochas, unless it's like a special commissioned pressing of those tuochas and you trust the merchant, the vendor, it's probably coming from like commercial factory tea, which is probably not good quality. I've never had a good tuocha. I haven't had a lot, but the few that have been gifted to me and whatnot that I've tried. Now these are good. Those are good. Like the little coins I have, but those aren't tuocha. That's different. They're just like mini cake. They're kind of a novelty. I think it's just a novelty. It's not a real thing that you see in wide scale in the Chinese tea market. All right, I'm all teed up. Maybe I'll infuse one more. But yeah, I'm going to go over this article. So this article like totally reminded me of an article that I would have read in my MBA. It's kind of like business school academic. But they talk about holding space. They talk about like these high kind of metaphysical qualities and leadership. Wow, this is cool. I want to read this. So Joe says that he understands, can pronounce but not speak. So you can read and pronounce Mandarin words and terms quite well, but I can't speak it in any contiguous manner. I'm no grammar to structure the terms. Yeah. So Eric, you're talking about a process in South Korea. It looks very similar. Are you talking about like the 2-0 process? Making the little tuochas or the little cakes. You're talking about the little coins. I don't know about online lessons, like I said, I studied Mandarin. I did maybe like 4 months and we met 2 times a week and we studied for 4 hours every time. I hired a teacher, and this guy was like a Chinese literature of the Tuochas in South Korea. Cool. There's not a whole lot of bad tea in South Korea because there's not a whole lot of tea there. So there's not like a huge commercial operation in Korea. But it's very possible that there's cheap tea coming from other places that's getting packaged there. That happens often. But yeah, I hired like the best, most professional Chinese. He was like a Chinese literature teacher from Ivy League University that was retired. And he was like, yeah, sure, I want to help you. And so he came in and we would do these lessons. I gave him a whiteboard and we'd drink tea and I'd invite people to come in. And yeah, we'd have just a Chinese lesson. And we met for like 4 months and did not gain any kind of fluency. The only thing that I remember is wo shen he hen hao cha, wo shen he hen hao cha, wo shen pao cha, pao cha wo pao cha. I basically just said, I like to drink good tea. I like to pour tea. I pour tea. So Eric, you said Jeju Island is mechanized. I'm sure it is, similar to how Japan's mechanized, but still less like commercial grade than the majority of like the Chinese industry that's going towards, you know, the commercial teas. I would think that there's like more of a stigma around the use of agriculture chemicals in Korea. Again, I don't have a lot of experience in Korean teas just because they're priced out of the market here. They're so valuable there that when you bring them in and try to introduce them into the market here, there's not a real clear understanding by the market of the value of that tea. And they'll say something like, oh, well, I can get a similar tea from Japan that's a third of the price. So that was always a conflict in bringing Korean teas onto our catalog. So just quick before I jump to the article and switch cameras, I did want to show you these leaves. Oh, this is a good one. Look how big this is. Nice hardy leaf. So this is the tea leaf. And just for reference, what a tea leaf looks like. There we go. So this is like, you can see it like in our logo. This is the shoot of the tea plant. And the shoot, usually the bud and the first 2 leaves, or maybe the bud and the first 3 leaves, that's what gets harvested to make the tea. So you can see here, that looks like it. You know, you can tell what a tea leaf looks like because it has the serrated side. There's like serrated edges on the side of the leaf. And of course the leaf is green. But then there's some browning. You might see some brown color on the leaf. Let's see. You can see a little bit of browning on it. That's oxidation. And that's an important process that happens in tea. It's actually the main step in the process that differentiates the different types of tea coming from the same plant. So green tea has no oxidation. You would never see this browning that's happening here. You would never see that on a true green tea. Now white tea, you may see a little bit of oxidation, but usually the tea dries quick enough that there's not any significant oxidation. Oh, hi Neil, welcome back. Thanks for coming back. But then like oolong tea or black tea, the tea master will purposefully allow the oxidation to happen. But this is pu'er tea. This is shang pu'er. Oh, thanks for visiting my website. Thank you very much. Yeah, I hope you learned something about tea. That's all we do. We tell stories of farmers and teach about tea. I have been doing this work. Okay, so I keep saying 8 years. It's been 8 years, but this morning I was looking at the calendar. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm like 4 months away or 5 months. No, 4 now. I'm 4 months away from 9 years. 9 years I've been doing this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of great stories on the website and videos and such. And thank you, Neil. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for noticing and for appreciating. It means the world to me. Because, yeah, not a lot of people do. And the reason why is because those stories and these efforts challenge the status quo. They challenge the current business context that, it's all about profits and forget about everything else. Like if there's any nasty things going on, any vile things going on there, just ignore it and don't let the customers know. In fact, let's just create a certification that we can put on the package to make consumers feel safer with our products. And I'm a food scientist. I've worked in the food industry, big food, and seen how it's not food. We're not producing food and providing food for the public. We are poisoning. I felt like I was poisoning people. And so now I'm trying to help inspire people to ask more questions because the industry is not going to change. The industry is not going to change because of the government telling us it needs to change. And it's not going to change because people protest somewhere and say, you need to stop human trafficking. The market is going to change, or the industry is going to change when the market asks for it. And not just through, niche protests, but through like widespread cultural shift. And so that's what I'm trying to do here. So Neil, thank you so much for noticing that. Yeah, it is pretty high tech. We are actually, so we've got I got my Bitcoin here. I'm a big fan of Bitcoin. My dog's name is Bitcoin, actually. So, but yeah, we're one of the first Bitcoin merchants ever. And we built the world's first altcoin payment processor. And I say we, as in my team. I did not do any of that. So like, I am a pretty good food scientist. I am a great leader, but I am not a programmer. And so I have to give credit to Cody Moniz, who is our coder. He likes us to call him Cody the coder. And he built all of those things. He was the one who introduced Bitcoin to me. Well, I had actually heard about Bitcoin in 2010. I first heard about it in 2010, so I was a year late. But I jumped on it fast. As soon as I heard it, I jumped on the ideology, not on Bitcoin itself. Actually, I don't own any Bitcoin other than my dog, because I really see a lot of potential for the ideals of cryptocurrency to do a lot of good in the world as far as creating accountability and trust and transparency between, these like really complex transactions that happen all over the world and usually fuck the marginalized guy, which is usually the farmer. And so I'm really into cryptocurrency. Oh, I'll let Cody know. He'll be so happy to hear that. Yeah, Cody's a good guy. Like, it's so funny because when I first met Cody, this is an incredible story. I met Cody on a fake hackers network. You think the ideals of cryptocurrency can be misused? The ideals. I'm not talking about Bitcoin itself or the current protocols in place or the actual infrastructure. Because, yeah, there's growing pains in figuring it out. But, like, the ideals, like the overarching ideals of peer-to-peer and trust-based transactions happening. That's what I'm enthusiastic on in Bitcoin. And that's another reason why I don't own a bunch of Bitcoin. Like, I'm not in this as like an investment opportunity. I'm in it to, change the world and help the world out. But Cody, I met him on a fake hackers website. I was in Hawaii and I was in a venture capital incubator, and I needed, the investors gave us money, and they were like, you got to build tech, go find yourself some developers to work with you. And I was in Hawaii, and I had like no prospects. I had no network. I'm not a programmer myself. And some guy came to talk to our class, and he was a cool dude. I actually should reach out to this guy. I haven't seen him since that day. But he came to give a presentation to us. He was like a mentor, like an experienced technologist from the big island of Hawaii. And he's like, yeah, I just want to help network. And I built this tool. It's like a social network platform just for hackers in Hawaii, to interact with each other. And he had like a job board feature on it. So I was like, oh great, I'll go on it tonight and I'll find a hacker. And so like I make a profile and I go into this platform, and it's like all the profiles are like Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison. It's all like fake accounts, that he, like dummy accounts that he had populated content into this network to make it look like there's action, but there was no one there. But like scroll all the way down, and at the very end of the list is this dude, Cody Moniz, and his picture, like, and I'm like, all right, this guy, he's real. Let me message him. And we like within 5 minutes we were on the phone with each other. Within 2 hours he came to interview me. And within 10 minutes of the interview, when we met face to face, he was like, I'm in. I like it. I'm building for you. He pulled his laptop out and he started like working from that. He worked from that point forward, and we're still great friends. But the sad part of the story, well, it's not sad. It's good. It's kind of sad for me, from my selfish perspective, but we worked together full time for about 3 months, maybe 4 months, 4 months. And he was incredible. Like he built like our software. So you went to the website, our software. Oh, hey, Eric Glass is on Twitch now. Eric Glass is on Twitch now. Yeah. See, Eric, you see the things that you get when you go to Twitch? You get me to dance. It's good. Yeah, Eric, there's a lot of streamers. There's a lot of different, kind of communities and cool stuff going on here on Twitch. I hope you have a lot of fun exploring and getting to know this platform better. Awesome. Good. So yeah, Cody and I were working together for about 5 months. He was building all this crazy shit. He built like eBay software for me. He built the catalog software. He built out like our payment processing, including that Litecoin payment processor. And just like, he was so like anxious to build. Every day he wanted to have brainstorming meetings and find out like what we needed next. It was like always having to build new features. And I finally like we weren't selling product. Like we just kept building features that like people really weren't engaging with. And I'm like, they're not engaging because we haven't brought the buyers in. We haven't done the sales. Like these tools we're building are not actually helping with sales. We're like over engineering. And so I was gonna let him go, and that's the sad part of the story. But there's a very redeeming part of the story. On the same day that I told him that news, he's like, I gotta tell you news too. And I'm like, okay, well maybe it's good. I feel like this is a good sign. I told him, and he was like, oh yeah, well, I've been poached by Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, I think was the other one. Like he had like all these major platforms had found him through our website in just those few months, and had like poached them, recruited them. And he's actually a self-taught hacker. He did not go to school for computer science. He just like learned everything himself. And so when he went through all those interview processes, and unfortunately he only made it through like the second and third rounds because he didn't have the technical computer science knowledge that, those companies were seeking. Yeah, so yeah, you're in computer science, so you know what I'm talking about. Like, and it's interesting. He was like really upset about it. He was like, dude, I can build whatever the fuck you want me to build. Like, why do I need to know what that thing is? And I told him, I was like, don't worry about it. Like, and he ended up getting a job. He got a really great job with like a development firm that does, contract projects. And so he does a lot of work for large corporate clients on contract basis, like Disney. And so I'm grateful. Like prior to me finding him on that fake network site and building all this crazy shit with him. He was like technically not an engineer. He was technically not a programmer. He like worked in like customer service for an airline. And now he gets to do what he loves full time, and so it's a great story. You know, it's got that sad tinge to it, but you know, every sad story does have a positive underlining to it if you look deep enough. All right, Eric Glass, I'm gonna look at this picture you sent me. I saw you sent me a picture and it looked like a pie. It's definitely not a pie. It looked like a pie. It looked like you were making a pie. You were like putting dollops of like whipped cream on a pie. I'll show you guys this photo and you can give me your judgment on it. Is this a pie? Is this a pie? It looks like a pie, doesn't it? Like it looks like maybe it's one of those like large chocolate chip cookie cakes and there's like dollops of like whipped cream that are getting put onto it. You don't, okay, so Neil, you don't see a pie? Like, am I just hungry? I think. Yeah, it's not a pie. I can see. So this is tea. This is like tea that's, so this is not even a plate. This is not even a plate. This is a large bamboo tray. I would guess that like the bamboo tray that we're looking at is like this big around. Like if you were to grab it, it'd be that big. It's definitely not a plate. It's big. This is like a bamboo, like weaved tray. And those are balls of tea. Those are balls of tea. They get rolled and pressed that way. Huh. I don't know, is that a smaller tray? Those bricks give it away. Maybe it is a smaller tray. Yep, there's Bitcoin. So they're about the size of softball. Yeah, Bitcoin likes coming here. Bitcoin is a Biwawa. Look at that face. Let's see if you can see. You see that? Biwawa. You guess what a Biwawa is? Or Chigle. Chigle is another way to say it. I think Chigle is the more, you know, widely used term, but I like the word Biwawa. I think it's more fitting for him. He might have a little bit of a like Italian Greyhound in him or something because his legs are so skinny and long. But yeah, Chihuahua Beagle mix. That's his ears. His big ears. So big. Yeah, so Bitcoin, how old are you? You think you're 9? Yeah, you're about 9. He's about 9 years old. On a scale of 1 to 10, how spoiled is he? How spoiled are you, boy? He's like, no, I'm not spoiled. No, he's super spoiled. This is like, I wouldn't say he's the most spoiled dog in the world because I don't think that I have the resources to let him be the most spoiled dog in the world. But he's pretty spoiled. As far as like emotional support and like his ability to be anywhere he wants to be, yeah, he's like at a 10 on that scale. But like, he's like, no, I'm not spoiled on the treats. I'm probably spoiled to like a 6 on the treats. Yes, you give me some good treats here and there, but definitely can work on that spoilage. Yeah, so he's our company dog. We got him in the summer of 2013. That was right after we launched, you know, our Bitcoin payments and our Litecoin payment processor. And really when we launched those things and introduced ourselves to the Bitcoin world as this like peer-to-peer, you know, sustainable, ethical, transparent supply chain for tea, we actually attracted a lot of Bitcoiners to buy tea. Because yeah, there's a lot of overlap between those communities. A lot of like progressive male, young, computer science type guys. It's mostly men. It's more and more women now, which is good. That's a lot of work that I do is helping normalize inclusion of feminine energy into these circles. But yeah, they're tea drinkers. A lot of young programmers, male programmers, do identify with being more of a tea drinker than a coffee drinker. So we had some really great success, to a point where like 85% of our revenue was coming in through the form of Bitcoin. But like I wasn't holding any of it. Like we were using Coinbase and just automatically converting it to US dollar. And there would be a 0% fee on that. So it was like better than a credit card. So I would actually pass on that 3% savings that we would get from a credit card transaction to the customer. So you got like a 3% discount. And so, yeah, we got the dog. The company was like in this progressive state where it was like, oh, we're actually going to survive. We're going to survive this, and we're going to be stronger. And I had 5 employees at the time. Right now I have 1 employee. I've like reduced everything where like I can automate everything and do it on my own. So that way I can focus more on serving our clients and the network of small businesses that we work with. But we had 5 people in the office at that time. We had a lot of fun. And I got the office dog from the shelter, to just give us company in the office and just make it kind of fun. And the whole team decided to call him Bitcoin because of, the work that we were doing and how important Bitcoin was to us. And he's the golden pup. He's the golden pup. Although he's been a great education tool, because like when I take him to the dog park or when people meet him on the street and they're like, what's his name? And I'm like, oh, his name is Bitcoin. They're like, Bitcoin? In the beginning, back in 2013, people would be like, Bitcoin? I heard the CEO is corrupt. And that ended up being a really great education platform to let people know, well, Bitcoin is much more than what you think it is or what you've heard in the news. This is actually what it is, and this is why it's relevant to me, and this is the business I do. And I think it's really powerful to have that real life story application of the ideals and concepts of cryptocurrency, so that people see beyond what they see in the news, which tends to be the sensational headlines, all the black market stuff that was happening with Bitcoin in its beginning, which I'm sure it's still happening now too. But it's such an insignificant amount of the total amount of progressive work that's happening within the space, not just in currency, but of like the ideology of cryptocurrency and peer-to-peer networking. Bitcoin's ears is like he can fly. He's like Dumbo. My tea pet here, this is actually a Bitcoin tea pet. Our friend made this for us, but unfortunately his little ears fell off. Kind of like Bitcoin's ears now coming off. He is privileged. We are privileged. Bitcoin, are you comfortable in your privilege? Do you understand your privilege? He says yes. Now give me a treat. Oh man. I'm gonna get to this article. How far am I? I'm 2 hours in. It took me 2 hours to get to the article. That's great. Making progress here. But you know what? This is a Friday night. Disco ball is spinning. We could never be too late. We may hit up the after hours after this. Maybe. All right, so I'm gonna get to this article now. Integral leadership, creating and holding space with quality of presence. All right, so this is from like a German psychology journal. So this is a peer-reviewed article. It's not just some crazy, hippies on a blog talking about holding space, which is usually where you see the concept of holding space. So I just thought it was really cool that the concept of holding space is being addressed by the academic world. This article outlines a view of integral leadership as integrity with a quality of presence that opens spaces for what wants to emerge. A focus is on describing Heffet's notion of adaptive leadership as creating a holding environment for work to be done. This is framed in terms of how integrity, subtle energies, and intuition combine with late-stage ego development capacities to create a quality of presence that enable requisite spaces to be opened up and held. This view is contextualized in relation to existing discourse in the field and the author's experience and leadership. Bitcoin, what are you doing? Sit down. Thank you. In addition to laying a foundation for the view of leadership used, the concept of integral is examined in relation to integrity. This forms the basis for quality of presence. While intuition is shown to be an essential function in the author's conception of integral leadership, intuition is explored in relation to stages of cognitive ego development, which are also explored in terms of their function and contribution to integral leadership. Future lines of inquiry arising from the conception are presented. So this is it. I know this doesn't sound like what we've been talking about so far tonight, but it's totally it. Oh, Bitcoin's gonna get comfortable. Good. Cutie. Oh, you're so cute. He's holding space for me, guys. He's holding space for me. Oh, thank you, Bitcoin. Thank you. Oh. I should have like a Bitcoin pouty cam so you can see just how cute and pouty his face is right now. Okay, I'm gonna pour some tea before I jump into this. Now, I'm not gonna read this entire article. It's pretty dense and would take a long time, but I'm gonna skip around and try to understand these concepts. I think this is really cool. So they're calling this integral leadership integrity. So I want to see that difference. Okay, I'm not going to do like the theory background study. A more detailed examination of how life is perceived and experienced at this later stage is provided by Cook, and at what she labels are the construct aware stage. People are becoming aware of the absurdities to which unbridled complexity and logical arguments can lead. Now concepts can be seen for what they are, as illusions, as effective but nonetheless arbitrary maps, codifications, representations, or summaries of the flux of sensory and mental data. She describes how individuals using this consciousness move beyond thinking about thinking to understanding the mechanics of how such constant reflective analysis is working. This can be seen as an early form of the transparency of Gebster's aperspectival consciousness. What? What does that mean? That's a cool word. As one unfolds into the next, or unitive. Oh, Joe, you like this article. Okay, I'm going to put it in the I knew you would like it, Joe. I want to put the article in the chat for everybody, if you want to visit it yourself and read all the little details. Bitcoin, you don't have to read it. You can just listen to me say it. But yeah, this aperspectival consciousness. It takes root more fully and leads to an entirely new way of perceiving human existence and consciousness. Such people no longer feel a need to reach after fact and reason, and their self-sense is fluid, unending, based on people's trust in the intrinsic value and processes of life. This leads to being able to take rational, representational thought grounded in perspectives as an object to reflect or take a perspective on, which could be termed aperspectival. So that's what that term means. The relationship to experience shift from mental processes and representation to immersion in the immediate ongoing flow of experience. So, a lot to chew on there. Neil, funny story. I like funny stories, and I like where this is going. Your friend experimented smoking tea leaves from South India. That's very cool. So, like, they smoked them. Did it not go in the chat? Sorry about that. Yeah, it's so weird. It's not going. All right, it should be there now. All right, yeah, I got you the article there. Thus, our approach to integral rests on two pillars: the cognitively complex and comprehensive meta-theoretical framing of integral pluralism, often referred to as being integrally informed, and the view from a perceptible or construct-aware consciousness. With this brief cornerstone of the integral part of integral leadership laid out, we now turn to the second half of the term, leadership itself, and explore our conceptions and use. There are almost as many definitions of leadership as there are theorists on the subject. Thus, it becomes important to be clear about which framing or definition we are drawing on for this article's intended purpose. Both from a theoretical perspective as well from a practice in working with clients, we found view of adaptive leadership to be a useful foundation. Oh, Bitcoin, I love you too. One of the direction between technical problems and adaptive challenges. Technical problems may be very complex and technical and critically important for an organization, but they have clearly defined boundaries and known solutions that can be implemented with current know-how. Their resolution comes through the application of authoritative expertise and draws on the organization's current structures, procedures, and way of doing things. Okay, Bitcoin, got it. Adaptive challenges, on the other hand, are more like ill-structured or wicked problems in that they are not able to be defined and understood in terms of existing knowledge. They require learning that is often transdisciplinary and in areas that are often not well understood. In addition to technical aspects, also involve messy issues that lie below the neck, like beliefs, assumptions, loyalties, and values. The nature of these challenges is such that we do not solve them like we can a technical problem, but are able to make progress on them. Okay, Bitcoin. What is required to do this is to go beyond the use of expertise and authority to enable people to do the learning or work of examining assumptions, priorities, beliefs, habits, and loyalties. This leads to the second aspect of adaptive leadership we find relevant, that leadership functions by creating a holding environment where this kind of work can be done. So this is, leadership, holding space and leadership, and the value of that. I know I've been talking about holding space in relationships, like with your friend or your girlfriend or whatever. You hold space for them so that they can be vulnerable and see other perspectives and become wiser, better people. So this is really cool because this is like I told you, it's kind of like a business school kind of viewpoint on this concept of holding space, which I think brings some validity to this concept. This is not just for hippies. This is something that even multinational corporations can start implementing. And in doing this, a lot of these adaptive challenges that we're dealing with right now, we're dealing with those challenges whether we like it or not. The environmental challenges, the natural resource challenges, the economic challenges. These are all things no one has the expertise or the experience to know the answers to those challenges. And so a good leader is going to be somebody who's going to hold space for their team, the same space holding that we've been talking about the hippies doing, but they're going to do it with their teams so that their teams can expand their knowledge beyond their own expertise with empathy, essentially, creating empathy between all of your employees so that they can share their perspectives, and then the knowledge base, the truth that they have access to, essentially will be optimized. Yeah, Joe, this is it. So we finally have the science to back up. So Joe reminded me of a conversation we were having a few days ago. We were having this conversation in regards to like political polarity that's going on in our communities, our own families and communities. And we were talking about like, what should we be doing right now? Should we be protesting? Should we be trying to outreach and trying to do things? And Joe was like, no, we should do nothing. Non-participation, he says. So letting the solution come to itself through non-participation. So, oh, cool. I'll have to read that. The second half is about this type of leadership. Just be a hippie, man. Be like the dude. The dude is the ultimate space holder. That guy was never judging you. Oh, the Tao Te Ching. The dude would never judge you. He's just always holding space. Yeah, Neil, what do you think about this stuff? I know we're talking about some pretty high-level conceptual stuff here. No more Bitcoin technology. I know I said your name. Sorry, boy. But no, this is important stuff. And this is all related to this culture, consciousness shift that my brand, that my venture-backed Silicon Valley technology company is supporting. And not only are we supporting it, we're almost having to pave a fucking path for it, because the corporate world is so afraid of these concepts because it challenges the status quo. You know, having more mindfulness in the workplace, in the corporate environment, is so against the status quo, because in the status quo in the corporate environment, it's a dog eat dog type environment. And so Joe says the dude is basically the sage referred to in ancient Chinese philosophy. Exactly. Yeah, the dude is definitely the ultimate space holder, holding space. Yeah, you're holding space for someone else to learn on their own. Like, you don't have to teach them. Like, a good teacher doesn't have to teach anything. You know, they just hold space for somebody else to realize it. Yeah, I was talking to someone earlier today, and I was expressing kind of my frustrations that I'm feeling about how long and how hard I've been working on this project, and how in the conventional sense of business success, I have nothing to show for it. Like, yeah, I have goodwill. Yeah, I have like influence and thought leadership, but like my investors aren't calling me up like excited about, you know, all the returns I'm giving to them. It's not like that. And so, you know, my friend was trying to like challenge me to like ask myself questions about the work I'm doing, and then they say, you know, like what about your work do you love so much? Is it that you love tea and you love, you know, sharing good tea with people, or do you like proving people wrong? And I think, you know, like that was kind of a, you know, kind of extreme way to put it. But I immediately said, no, what I love about my work is creating that place, for that space for people to realize the truth themselves. Like, I hate proving people wrong. The last thing that I want to do is tell somebody that they're wrong. But I would love to help them see another perspective that could help them realize the truth themselves. I was really fast to say that because he was like, his interpretation of how my business works is that like we're just like renegade, you know, expose, just trying to prove that the world is wrong. And it's like, I don't need to prove shit on that. That's proven itself. What I want to do is help people realize the full picture so that they can come up with solutions themselves. Neil, you're comparing the difference between New York offices and California offices. It's true. You go to like a Japanese, like a Tokyo office though, and it's different. Like they like actively have practices in place of creating this empathy and collaborative decision making together and trust. But then it's still there too, like the politics of distrust is still there as well. And the only way this kind of leadership works and this kind of innovation works is if everybody trusts each other. And so in the current like status quo corporate mentality, it's a dog eat dog. I mean, a lot of leaders want that. They want their employees to be competitive with each other because their vision they see is like, if we're aggressive and competitive now, we're going to be more competitive in the market. We're going to do better. But like this other approach is saying, no, it's actually better to just take your time, create empathy and understanding between all of your employees, and more innovation will come out of that. Nild says, marijuana proponents usually do that, trying to prove the world wrong. I've noticed that, but you're actually doing a legit business because you believe in it. Yeah, I believe in it. I totally do. I believe that there's like so much joy and happiness and harmony. That's like, it's there. It's not like we have to go get it and change anything. What we have to change is for us to see that it's there. So yeah, that's my work. So this leads us to the presentation of our definition of integral leadership as integrity with the quality of presence that opens spaces for what wants to emerge. So that's the tagline: integrity with a quality of presence that opens spaces for what wants to emerge. All right, so really quickly, something that I like to do here, and I hope you're not annoyed by it, guys, but it's what I do. I like to go to the dictionary and look up simple words. Because sometimes you forget and you take for granted what words actually mean. I had a real mind trip one day in one of my Constitution study groups where we looked at the word happiness. And boy, is our current definition of happiness way off from what happiness actually is. And the current viewpoint is definitely connected to that consumerism, wealth accumulation culture that we have right now. So integrity, this is from Merriam-Webster. We're in the dictionary, guys. Sorry, I keep it simple. Firm adherence to a code of especially moral or artistic values, an unimpaired condition, the quality or state of being complete or undivided. All right, boy, get it. Lie down. Let me give him some space. There you go, boy. Good boy. Oh, you're such a good boy. I said I'm a food scientist. Yeah, so I got a bachelor's in science in food science and technology from Cal Poly Pomona. So I am a food scientist. I worked in the food industry for about 4 years. I worked in a dairy. I worked at a sushi factory. I worked at a dry mix factory, certifying them organic and doing product development for Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. So yeah, I've worked the whole range of food science jobs. So food science is a real thing. It's a multidisciplinary science. All major land-grant universities, all major agriculture universities have a food science department. And you basically do everything post-harvest. Bitcoin, your head's cut off. Are you okay, boy? So it's all post-harvest. Anything once it's going from the field, to get processed, that's all food science. And so you do a lot of food safety compliance, like FDA compliance. And then you do product development, coming up with new technologies and new preservatives. Oh, your friend's cousin's food scientist too. Cool. We exist. There's actually a food science streamer that I've met recently, and he does active food science streams where he tests out recipes and tweaks things to learn about them. He's a Food Experiment. You can find him on Twitch. Food Experiment. Your friend's cousin has a master's in food engineering. That's great. Yeah, food engineering is usually you don't do too much food safety compliance and product development, but you do you liaison between product development and food safety in the factory, building the equipments and the machines and whatnot. It's a lot of fun. I liked food engineering a lot. A lot of physics. A lot of physics. If you're good at physics and like physics and thermodynamics and shit, food engineering is a good path to go down. I was really into flavor chemistry when I was in college. I thought I was going to go down that path. So that's basically like analyzing and formulating aromas, flavor, artificial and natural flavors. That a lot of, when you look at a food label and it says like natural artificial flavors, that industry is huge. That's a huge industry. Oh, she works at a company that makes ready-to-drink canned cocktails. Yeah, that's a huge growing industry. And actually, if your friend is working on any tea projects, matcha, I know matcha is really hot right now, you should have them reach out to me. I work with a lot of ready-to-drink companies on their sourcing. My ultimate goal in this business is to build the Alibaba for the food industry, where food companies like this canning factory, this canned cocktail factory in Detroit, instead of them working with some supplier that's just going to provide them some nameless ingredient that's coming from 5 different countries, you don't know where it's coming from, you don't know anything about the social or environmental issues around that ingredient. My vision is that those procurement officers would be able to deal directly with the farmers or with a network of proxies to the farmers with full transparency to the soil and the seeds of how that product is produced for quality purposes, but then also for the ethics too. Because there actually are laws in place that are meant to hold companies accountable for the ethics in their supply chains. So California specifically has a law that if you retail in their state, which any company wants to be selling their shit in California, even if you're an international company, if you do at least 100 million a year in sales internationally, you have to post a transparency report on the front page of your website that where you explain human trafficking and slave labor in your supply chain. And if you go look at these websites, now that I've told you, you're going to notice it on major food companies and major products. If you go, there's always like, California supply chain transparency report. It's on the front page. There has to be a link to it from the front page of the website. And if you look at these reports, they are like the most unpromising, untrustworthy documents of like the CEO of the company just signing off. There is no human trafficking in our supply chain. We have a zero tolerance of human trafficking. It's like, no, you don't. How are you sure of that, CEO? Did you go and like knock at the door of every... Yeah, you never... But now you'll notice it. Now that I've told you, Neil, you'll notice it. It's only big companies. It's only big companies because you have to do 100 million a year in sales. But for like a Coca-Cola or something, that's nothing, But like a small startup doesn't have to report this stuff because, you have to be doing major business. And it's so infuriating because you open the reports like Hershey's, right? Like it is like very well known that there is, indentured labor and questionable slave labor in the cacao industry of West Africa, where, Hershey gets all of their chocolate for their products. If you go to their report, let's go, actually. We'll go check it out. It's usually at the bottom of the page. Where is it? Sometimes they put it in here. But even these guys, they're not in compliance. It has to be on the front page. Usually it's on the bottom, but this looks like too markety. Do I plan to venture into retail stores? No, not me directly, but my clients do. Let's see, where is it? Wait, where was the one I did? I see it. Because this one's not even in compliance too. Usually it would be listed right there. What was the one? Tetley. This is a big brand. And I know for sure they have the report on the front page. So you see this right here? California Transparency and Supply Chain Acts. Aw, thank you, Neil. I'm gonna be rich with the most important thing, which is relationships and seeds. You know, whatever money comes behind it, that's nothing. That's like a piece of paper, you know? But the relationships and the seeds and all of that. So yeah, this is their report. So this company has like been called out repeatedly for having indentured labor in their tea fields in India. But the CEO declares that, they've invested in rainforest alignment and trust tea, and, they're involved in the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and that they have a zero policy, 100% sustainability. All the right words are said here, but like the reality is, there's major indentured labor and human trafficking happening in the tea fields where they get their tea. Yep. That's kind of blood tea. Yep. You should drink better tea. And tea bags, even though if they're made of paper, they still have a plastic lining on it. If you ever wondered that, like how a paper tea bag doesn't melt or dissolve when you put it into the water to steep, is because they line the paper with plastic. And so when you put that into the boiling water, it does release microplastics into your tea. So like not only is the tea crappy and, not so great tasting and having human trafficking and indentured labor behind it, there's microplastics in your tea. So loose leaf is better for sure. Definitely. Yeah, Neil, I'm stoked. I'm stoked that we met. I hope we get to meet in person when you come through Vegas. I know you'll be coming here soon. Everybody comes through Vegas one time. At least once a year. Maybe even more. Sometimes I have friends that are like here 5 times a year for different conferences and weddings and things. Oh, Joe has the actual number. 11 billion microplastics per bag, per tea bag. You saw a study on that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of studies. I haven't read into them deeply, but I understand it. Because I've been trying to get tea bags, because I have a lot of customers that want the transparency and the ethics behind the tea we have, but like they currently only sell tea bags, like all their hotel clients, and they only want tea bags. Yeah, what the fuck? That's right, Neil. This is all that externalized information that never gets shared with the consumer because, it's contradictory to the product. And that's the interesting thing about building a business that's not involved in any of those things, is that you can actually talk about it. Like, there's not a whole lot of businesses that can talk in such depth. Like, even if those business owners know the reality of what's going on, they won't talk about it because they sell that product, and they'd be a hypocrite for, sharing the truth, but then selling that product. But I share the truth because I don't sell that shit. I only sell good stuff made with good intentions, supporting good people, and the best life. And that's what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about the best life. Integrity with a quality of presence that opens spaces for what wants to emerge. Joe, you got that? Yeah, like even those vinyl bags you see, the silk bags, they're like, oh yeah, this is silk. It's like, it's not fucking silk. It's like a polyplastic that, you know, feels like silk and looks silky, but is even more plastic. Yeah, the paper tea bags have plastic, they all do. Now there is a project that I'm instigating, which is taking hemp paper, using hemp paper and lining it with hemp plastic. Because the hemp plastic does exist. It'll be more expensive, but I think once the industrial hemp industry grows up to what it's going to be, it may take 20 years until that point, but I think there's going to be a lot of very interesting, sustainable, regenerative uses. Oh, you're Indian. Awesome. Cool. So that's why you knew about Indian chai, right? Were you the one that said Indian chai on Reddit? And I said thank you for saying it right. Yeah. So your tea culture is a lot different than, and I do whole presentations talking about, can blow your mind about the unknown history of chai culture in India. It's so interesting because like I talk to people. I actually gave a presentation at the Ahimsa conference. There's like a international Ahimsa conference of like Gandhian scholars. Gandhi's grandson was actually there. I was giving a presentation on, it was about like 70 years of independence in India and what is the actual state of democracy there. And so a lot of different scholars talking about different areas of human rights and activism, and I was there to talk about tea because there is like a lot of fucking corruption in tea, like probably the worst. Like the biggest human trafficking sources are the tea gardens in Assam. It's a big fucking issue, and actually the minimum wage in India, the way they have it set up, every state can set their own minimum wage for every category of work how they want to do it. For all of the states that have tea industries, if you look at their minimum wages, tea garden workers is the lowest minimum wage of all of those states, even lower than sanitation workers or other, you know, type of work that is, you know, of the lower castes. So I gave a presentation there, and you know, it's like these people in their like 70s and 80s that are like some of the top activists of like peace and nonviolence in India. And I had to teach them about their own culture, you know, because like they're like, I heard even Vandana Shiva, so she's like my living idol, or my living hero is Vandana Shiva. She's a seed activist in India. She's like, you know, the stern granny that you know is like angry at you, but she's incredibly smart. She's actually a PhD freaking what is she, physicist, like freaking really quantum physicist, I believe. I forget what she actually studied, but now she's a seed activist, and she talks about like biodiversity and seeds and ahimsa and all of that. And even her, like, they drink chai and they identify chai, like the milk tea chai or like the masala chai that they make in their home, they identify that with being Indian culture. But Indians did not start drinking their own chai like before the 1970s. Almost all tea grown and made in India was for the export market. Like none of it stayed in India. Like Indians did not drink tea. But in the 1970s, there was this tea process developed that allowed for cheaper, you know, they can make it cheaper. They could make it more accessible to the like lower income working classes of India. And then they were able to add the milk and sugar to it, which actually serves as a satiation tool for the working class. So, you know, men out working that can't afford, they can't afford to eat, you know, a lunch, or they don't have time to eat a lunch. Like chai was introduced as a satiation tool to help that working class, you know, finish their day of work before they went home to their dinner. Yeah, I want to show you something, Neil. Actually. So yeah, I kind of take it upon myself to talk about this. Like, I'm not Indian, and I am not an Indian culture, expert. But this is something that I do know, and I know it very intimately, and I know it blows people's minds. But it's like, even these activists didn't know about all the corruption in the industry. And so they're asking me, oh, well, what can we do to support, more democracy and better work ethic? And I was like, drink better tea. Drink tea that makes you feel good, that uplifts you. I do know a lot about tea culture. So look at this. This image right here. Whew. So this was like an image from like the 1940s, or yeah, it was from like the very early on in independence, where like there was no tea culture in India. I don't know the history of Genmaicha. I should look at it though. But I definitely know that Genmaicha was like a lower grade tea that they added the rice to increase the flavor, increase its value. Same thing with the hojicha. Roasting it helped to increase the value, because the teas used in Genmaicha and hojicha are like later season harvests, so they have lower value in the market. So that's all I know on that story. I should look into it though. It's an interesting show. Yeah, so this is a propaganda campaign. So like, the Indian tea industry was started by the British when they were colonizing the area, and that is a whole interesting story too, about, the British used to get their tea from China, and they created the rice adds more value to it through quality and through mass as well. The British had an addiction to tea. They were getting it from China. China didn't want to trade, and so the British actually created the opium market in China from India, because they had colonized India and had access to the opium industry there. And so they kind of created this black market trade between opium and tea. And then the Chinese government got involved and was like, no, the emperor was like, no more of this shit. And so they had the Opium Wars. And so then the British started just building their own tea industry in India. So that was the source of that. And there's so many interesting stories there. But anyway, mid-19th century, the Indian tea industry was pretty much formalized by the British and other European planters. And a lot of the labor for the estates that were built were technically slaves. Like, they were technically slaves. And we had slaves here in the U.S. during that time as well. So, like, they modeled it actually after the U.S. slave system, and they had imported the labor from, poorer states like Bihar or Arunachal Pradesh or other places, and they would bring them to these tea gardens in Assam and Darjeeling. And from what I've heard from my friends in India that, grew up in these tea estate communities, and their grandparents used to work in the tea fields, and they share stories, they say that when the British owned the tea estates and were in control, they called it the Golden Age. Because, like, even though it was technically a slave-master relationship, the British knew that if they treated their workforce well and gave them, pride in their work and took care of the families and took care of their health, and also grew the tea organically. Like, organic agriculture was a big deal. And high quality growing and processing was a big deal for them. So, like, there was dignity, kind of, to a degree. But then whenever the India gained its independence, it was illegal for British companies to own anything in India. So these planters that started the estates the same, slave labor was there and they had to leave. So like they weren't just going to leave it to anybody, like they want to make money. So they sold these businesses to mostly like Bengali and Maori businessmen from Calcutta or Delhi or large cities. And so you had this like slave system that was then adopted by somebody that, believes wholeheartedly in that caste system. And so that's when all of the disempowerment and marginalization really started to happen for the workers. And, working conditions and wage conditions became much worse in the tea estates, because the people that owned the tea estates thought of themselves as higher than, and there wasn't this like mutual pride in doing a high quality product. So I gave you a lot of context there, Neil, of how like independence actually made it worse for a lot of these people. But around the 1940s or so, when that happened, these companies, when it was still owned by the British, they decided they were going to build a domestic market for their industry, and so they started these like propaganda campaigns where they used like idealized nationalistic, images. So what is this? You got like a beautiful, strong Indian woman drinking a cup of tea with her wheel, the spinning wheel for making textiles. That was also a symbol that Gandhi used in his ideology. And then the title under there says tea is 100% Swadeshi. Like that is the biggest bunch of bullshit ever. So Neil, do you helped explain this? You said Swadeshi was a Gandhi movement for independence. So like Swadeshi basically means like self-sufficiency. And so Gandhi wasn't the first one to popularize the Swadeshi movement. Gandhi was like 2 generations after the first like movement of Swadeshi, where the British came and the British, convinced everybody, you're savages and we're civilized, and you need to wear civilized clothing and you need to eat civilized food. And so like all of these like products were brought in from other places, of course, to serve the British business model. And so the Swadeshi movement, people would collect all of their like European clothing and mostly clothing, and they'd burn them, and then they would sit around with the spinning wheel to produce local textiles. So it was like a movement for like local entrepreneurship, local production and business. And so this is like so bullshit, because the companies that made this ad and that own the businesses are British. They're from the outside, but because the tea fields are in India, and because there was this like already established kind of pride of Indian people of their Indian tea industry, this was accepted. This campaign was accepted, and by the 1970s, like this campaign had ran so much, and there was more images than this, but this is the main image that like really struck me when I saw that campaign. The Indian people like had seen this rhetoric so much that like tea became a nationalistic pride. But tea is perhaps one of the most undemocratic, oppressive, non-Swadeshi industry in India, and it's a sad thing. So Neil said, our people were so stupid that they couldn't take pride in their own produce, and the corrupt British people and their small Indian lackey group actually sold out our things and profited. Our people didn't discover what potential we actually had. It's true. Yep. Oh, that's amazing. Neil, I would love to hear your grandparents' stories. Your great-grandparents. So, yeah, they probably have incredible stories. I can't imagine what it was like at that time of that transition. But, I just bring up that story because, the independence of India is oftentimes celebrated, and it should be celebrated. Like, that was a great achievement. But there's this one situation in the tea industry where it actually became worse for the people, because the infrastructure that was already built by the British had already, placed the untouchable class, or whatever you want to call it, in that position of marginalization. And that still exists now. It's nasty. I can't handle, when I spend a lot of time in India. I do a lot of work in India, and I get so turned off going there, and the normalization of oppression of people based off of their background is very strong still. Very, very strong. And just the normalization of business people. Like I know my very first mentor in tea in India is from Siliguri. He's like city guy, Bengali city guy. He, like, when he introduced himself to me, and he still does this to this day, he's actually very famous in the tea world. He calls himself Mr. Darjeeling. I am Darjeeling. I am Darjeeling. You're not fucking Darjeeling. Darjeeling is Nepali. Are you a Tamang? Are you a Rai? No. You got a Bengali name. You have no business calling yourself Darjeeling. And then, like, I can talk with him about the oppression and, the indentured nature of labor there. And he'll agree with me. Oh, it's corrupt. It's bad. It's bad. But then, he's doing an immense amount of business where he's profiting off of it. And I'm like, yeah, fuck this. Like, I can't handle that. So yeah, I bring light to all this stuff, Neil. Thanks for following me. I have many, many, many more stories to share. But yeah, I'm really interested. My whole, like, path that I'm on now all kind of started from my senior year of college, of undergrad, when I was in the food science program. I had an extra semester. I'd finished all my credits and I had extra classes. And my scholarship, I had a full ride scholarship. So they were like, oh, you can just take whatever class you want. And I found this, like, Indian history class. And I'm like, oh, Indian history. I've always been curious about India. I'll take this class. Sounds like fun. Well, it turns out the teacher of the class is, like, a leading Gandhi scholar in the world. She's the woman that puts this conference on that I spoke at. And all of our textbooks were Gandhi's books, like different writings of Gandhi's. And so I, like, got fully submersed. Like, the period of history was from the beginning of the freedom movement to independence. So it was like all the philosophy and the different ideals that were shared during that time, especially Gandhi. Of course, Gandhi was a very important figure of all of that. And that just blew my mind. I learned about the concept of ahimsa and really started to think deeply about it. And that's kind of what put me on the path to join the Peace Corps, go live in Africa, start working with farmers and understanding the value and sacredness of rural community systems, that are completely, like, stigmatized in the rest of the world. Like, even in India now, it fucking sucks. Like, I work with this guy in South India. He is so cool. Prabhu. Like, he is just like, he's like this hippie, and, like, his parents, hey, what's up, Carrie? Thanks for coming. Thanks for saying hello. Welcome. Oh, it's a raid. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Here, aloha. Let me be less studious for you guys and say hello. Thank you for coming. A Bitcoin. Come on, here. Let's turn and say hello. The raiders are here. Oh, sorry. Again, I'm being too studious and academic here. Let me turn off my... All right. Welcome to my tea table. My name is Elise, and this is Bitcoin. Bitcoin, the dog. He's the golden pup. We're drinking tea. We're drinking tea and talking about some pretty heavy stuff. So happy to have you here. This is the best life. Friday nights I stream, and I talk about how to put ourselves on the path to the best life. And tea is a really darn good way to do that. So tonight, I'm here with Bitcoin. We're drinking some Sheng Pu'er from Nano Mountain in Yunnan, China. Really beautiful, beautiful tea here. And we're talking about the concept of holding space. What's going on, Bitcoin? Oh, he's got a scratch. Oh, so cute. Oh, he's so cute. You're so cute, Bitcoin. Yeah, we're talking about the concept of holding space. And we just went on a tangent about the mysterious, surprising history of chai tea culture, or tea culture in India, chai culture in India. Your friend is a secretary to Gandhi? Oh, her friend. Your great grandma's friend? Gandhi was a cool dude. He gets so much shit. Like, there's so much of a movement to call him out because he was a real human. And it's like, that's the reason why we should listen to him more. Like, he was not trying to say that he was some kind of deity or some type of know-it-all. Like, he was a common man. And if you read his autobiography, and this is what people give him shit about, he's like so straightforward and transparent about his realness. He was like, I grew up like feeling the same sinful temptations that all humans feel. I ate meat. I married a young girl and started having sex with her. And at the end of the day, I felt like I was raping her. Like, he said things like that. And like, people give him shit. Like, oh, you know, he was actually a creep. We shouldn't listen to him. And I feel like, if anything, that should freaking encourage us that we should listen to him, because a real person, you know, he wasn't trying to bring any kind of message from God to us. He was trying to give us a real, tangible understanding of the reality around us. Yeah, your great grandma sounds like a powerful woman. There were a lot of people that sacrificed a lot in the freedom movements, and it's great that you know about those stories, Neil. And I think it's also great. The word Gandhian is funny. Did I say that word? I mean, it's a word. People use that word. I don't know if I used it. It is a funny word, Gandhian. You know, sometimes you need to turn somebody into an adjective. Sometimes. Just like this face is very Bitcoinian. Is that how you would say that? Bitcoinian? Are you Bitcoinian? I'm being silly. But yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for coming to my tea table. You know, I'm holding space tonight, and I'm also talking about the concept of holding space and the healing powers that it can have, so that we can all put ourselves onto the path to the best life. Right, Bitcoin? Yes. This is the first class ticket to the best life. And we drink tea. We drink good tea. Not only do we drink tea, but we drink good tea. And by good tea, clean tea. Clean tea that is made with good intentions. Of course, is made with craftsmanship so that it tastes good. But, you know, ethical stuff too. There's a lot of ethical issues, and that's what we've been talking about. Neil and I have been talking. Neil, his family is from India, and his family was actually a part of the freedom movement, which Gandhi, you know, yeah, clean away. I hope you had a good stream. What did you make, Carrie? What'd you cook up tonight? Yeah, we drink clean tea. Good tea, clean tea. It doesn't necessarily have to be the fancy tea. We definitely don't drink the tea bag, though. If you bring tea bags around here, you might get it slapped across your forehead. It's something that we're not really into over here, and you shouldn't be either. You believe in America. Ooh, you made ham and cheese croquettes? That got Bitcoin's attention. He heard that. Did you see that? I said croquettes. You want croquettes? He's like, yes, I want croquettes. He loves fried things. Yeah, that sounds great. I love frying food. Big fan. You say korokke. Korokke. That's like so it's like Japanese style croquettes. Oh, he can have a croquette. He's going to be your best friend if you give him a croquette. We don't do that here. Yeah, that should be it. That should be a tagline. I should put that in the rules. Actually, I do have some kind of catty rule about tea bags in the definition of my Twitch channel. But I need to put it in that words. We don't do that here. We're trying to set a culture of love and understanding and goodness. The bestness. Is that a word? The bestness? Bitcoin agrees. It's all about the bestness. We hold space, but not for your tea bags. Yeah. I'd make like a really bad small ball joke about that, but no, hey, Neil, that was awesome. I love those kind of tangents, you know, and that's it. Like, I was holding space for us to take the conversation there. You know, I didn't intend to talk about that stuff, but we needed to. We needed to resolve that. And I hope that you enjoyed the tangent that we went on. And I definitely in the future will do like a more specific talk on kind of the politics of tea in India on another time. And I'll talk in more detail, like a stream dedicated to talking about that stuff. And yeah, 100%. Come visit my tea room. Come meet this guy if you come to Vegas. I've got a tea room in Vegas. Like literally, if you come here and you Google tea in Vegas, you'll find my tea room. I'm in Chinatown. I'm near all the best restaurants in town. We'll go eat good food. Neil, now that I know you're Indian, we'll have to go eat some Indian food. We do have some pretty dank Indian food here in Vegas. And yeah, we can drink some chai. I've got some pretty good masala chai. And our masala chai, the spices that's used in the blend, they're all grown on the same farm as the tea. So it's all like super single origin, super organic. And you know, the thing about like buying expensive tea, not the word I'm looking for, buying valuable tea. The thing about buying valuable tea, like high quality valuable tea, even if it doesn't have the fair trade sticker on it, or it doesn't have, you know, like that feel good story on it that you think you're getting when you buy fair trade, if it's valuable and high quality and you pay a higher price for it, you can be more guaranteed that that extra money is actually going to make it back to the farmers than direct trade certified products. Because yeah, direct trade is a very bogus, corrupt motherfucker, man. It's bad. It's really bad. And so yeah, drinking higher quality tea like this really is the best way to ensure that you're supporting good ethics. And then it tastes better too. Like, why not enjoy your tea? Oh, Bitcoin, getting your close-up up here. There is good Indian food in New Jersey. Okay, so man, Neil, please stay in touch with me. Come back to my streams. Let's keep developing, you know, this communication. And next time I go to New Jersey, which is often, we'll go eat food together. Definitely. And if you want to taste some good teas, you should order it from my website. You should totally order teas from my website. Well, you already went to my website, but like the Tealet website that you went to, that's my wholesale. That's like my proprietary software that I'm building for the industry. But if you go to my other website, the teaanditspeople.com, you will you'll be able to buy tea in like smaller quantities. And I definitely have like chai. I have like the strong like chai that you're used to, but I also have some other teas, and I would definitely like make some recommendations for you of other teas that will freaking blow your mind and hopefully change your idea of Indian tea. Danyabar. That's all I know. That's the only Hindi that I know. But it's important. I always find when I travel to another culture and I start interacting with another culture, the first words I always like to learn is thank you. So, Danyabar. Namaste. Namaste. So Joe says, that's the point of holding space. Those small tangents are crucial. I heard someone today say, The Most High can only be explained by the particular, meaning that the biggest concepts must be articulated through the small stories. This is the basis of mythology. Interesting. Where'd you hear that, Joe? That's an interesting thing to just randomly hear. Powerful. Yeah, so the tangent is important, Neil. Thank you. I'm holding space for you guys. That's what this is about. So, you know, if someone wanted me to go on a different tangent, I would take it there, you know, because I'm holding space for people to feel comfortable. And I hope you feel that, Neil. Like, I know you're not drinking the same tea with me. If we were drinking the same tea together, you know, like we would definitely be feeling it. But, you know, even through the camera and through this stream, I hope you're feeling my vulnerability and hope you're feeling your own vulnerability and your own authenticity, you know, which is just going to make everybody better, more innovative people and dogs. Bitcoin is very good at holding space. I mean, even like dogs and cats are so intuitive on that. Like if you're like crying or upset, what does your animal fucking do? They come jump in your lap and like comfort you. And like, they're not telling you the solution to your problems. No, they're doing nothing. They're just like there. They're just there being themselves, being present with you, sharing their love with you. And they're letting you do all the talking. You figure out everything yourself. That's holding space as well. So Bitcoin's my space holding dude when I need it. Huh, Biddy? Yeah. Look. Good looking dog, right? Handsome boy. Handsome boy. Namaste. Huh, interesting. I should do a stream that's called that. Chai Pei Charcha. 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 Charcha, does that mean like talk? That's discussion? I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot of Hindi. I wish I knew more. I spend so much time there. But I actually know more Nepali than I know Hindi. I spend a lot more time with Nepali communities. Because, you know, I spend time with the actual, like, people living on the tea farms and doing the work. And so that's a lot of, like, northeastern, like, minority groups, like the Nepali. So I know a little bit more Nepali. I like that. Talks over tea. That's what we're doing. That's exactly what I do here. We actually have a segment on Thursdays that we do called Tea Talks. And we do it in a virtual tea room, so all viewers are welcome to join us and take part in the live conversations and meet other tea lovers. You're going to call it a night. Well, good night to you, Neil. It has been a pleasure to meet you. I forever in gratitude to your kindness and to your vulnerability of coming here. Thank you very much. Much love to you. Thank you, thank you. Pure aloha. Have a good night. Rest well. Yeah, and I'm going to get you some tea soon. Yeah, you got to get some good tea. Some good, clean tea. Huh, Biddy? All right, so we were actually raiders when you guys came in. We were doing a pretty studious thing over here, reading about integral leadership in the importance of holding space. And so I've been talking about this concept of holding space. Holding space is when you make someone feel comfortable so that they can open their mind and their heart and ultimately increase their perspective and discover the solutions for themselves of whatever their problem is. So this academic paper that I'm looking over is looking at that concept from a leadership, organizational culture standpoint. All right, Bitcoin, you're going to go say goodbye to everybody. Bye-bye. Love you, boy. Go on. Yeah, so we're just looking, this is kind of like a business journal. It's actually from like a psychology journal out of Germany, but it's been translated into English, thank goodness. Yeah, and so this is some pretty high level philosophical stuff that we're going over. And so the key thing here we were looking at here is integral leadership as integrity with a quality of presence that opens spaces for what wants to emerge. Right, so this is just a very more concise way of what I just explained. Yeah, opening spaces for what wants to emerge. So when you're holding space for someone, you're not necessarily helping them discover something new. You're just helping them connect with their authenticity so that they can discover what wants to emerge. What wants to emerge? The truth. Love. More tea. Thanks, Joe. I'm happy. You got banned from a stream? What happened? Integral leadership is integrity with a quality of presence that opens spaces for what wants to emerge. Well, Democracy of Sweden. Yeah, that was an inappropriate thing. You know, as a woman, I don't know, are you a woman or are you a man? I think that would help. That would help me understand the context of your story a little bit. I'm more than happy to hold space. You're a woman. Okay, cool, awesome. Yeah, I'm happy to hold space to talk about this issue. Another tangent. Speaking of tangents, here we are going on another one. Yeah, what you said. Is you know, it's understandable of how that could make someone feel uncomfortable. You know, I also understand why you said it, but yeah, most people, they feel uncomfortable. If you had said something like that to me, I mean, I get things said like that to me all the time. You know, I address it. You know, I haven't had this exact one said to me, but you know, you address it. And hold space to address it and help someone else reconcile, you know, their decision of why they did that thing, and then understanding someone else's trauma response to it. Yeah. Do you understand why someone would have a trauma response to that statement that you put? There's a lot of reasons. I mean, I won't list them all, but there's a lot of reasons of why someone might have a trauma response to that. And so sometimes people's response is to shut off. And so that's what happened to you. But if something like that ever happens to me on stream, I address it. And it's uncomfortable as fuck. You put her in an uncomfortable situation, you know? It's like, yeah, I understand you were trying to help her out and make her aware, but she had a trauma response to it. She felt, you know, and you know what? She probably like listened, but yeah, that's interesting. You were the only viewer. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, you obviously made her feel uncomfortable, and she just didn't like it, and that's okay. If someone doesn't want to negotiate and fully communicate something out, you know, that's up to them. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I don't think I've even banned anybody from my chat. I've definitely had people like say inappropriate things. Somebody on the Reddit stream earlier tonight said something really stupid. I was like, what? I just ignore it. I just ignore it and let it go. You know, there's gonna be people saying things, but I mean, in your case, if someone like what happened with me, I would definitely have addressed it. And perhaps, you know, she's cool with that. Like, there's some women that like, They will proactively, like have a certain stance. I know I have some friends that feel very strongly about it, and they'll talk to people. That's why I think it's kind of interesting that she wasn't willing to talk to you about it, because usually women have a reason behind that. Because the concept of a bra is actually a very sexist concept. That beauty standard, that like what's normalized and what's appropriate in the public eye for the female identity is this certain shape, this certain form that you should be going for. And so a lot of women will like proactively not conform to that, and so she would have responded to you and says, yeah, I'm meaning to do this. Let's have a conversation about how oppressive bras are. And that would be great, So, yeah, sorry you had to deal with that. But yeah, bras are very oppressive, just like, makeup is very oppressive. And, for Black women, hair is a very oppressive subject for them. And people are sensitive to it, so yeah. But the tangent is okay. Democracy, it's okay. The tangents are okay. Yeah, I'm sorry you went through it. But I hope that you learned something in it, that perhaps in the future, if you ever have that type of situation happen again, not to say that her response was perfect, but we can always learn more about our own approach when things happen. It's a private thing. I mean, she might have just been embarrassed, and so you gotta hold space for that. Hold space for someone else's embarrassment. Sometimes holding space can just be that, of just like validating someone's feelings. Like, that's huge. That's huge. Like, that's a big problem in our society, especially like when we're talking about like the issues of racism and sexism. Not validating someone's feelings is like the most offensive thing that you can do. You heard like the whole argument around like Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter, or White Lives Matter too, or like when you say All Lives Matter or Blue Lives Matter or Other Lives Matter, you are invalidating the feelings for the people trying to get a message out, and so that's why it's a very offensive thing to do. There are effective ways to communicate with people, and to learn too, and really hold space to understand someone's feelings, and then you understand the whole fucking thing. There's still people walking around saying all lives matter. I don't get it. Why? They all matter. And it's really important to hold space. And you may hold space for someone and still your opinion doesn't change, and that's fine too. But not holding space and not validating their feelings and their trauma response will do more harm in the situation for your own communicative purposes than if you are to hold space for it. And there's no harm in freaking holding space for someone's feelings. Jesus. What's so hard about that? All right, Joe. I think it's crucial to both understand and respect those who are experiencing a trauma response due to something you have said, but also not to pander to it. There's a huge difference between apologizing and re-articulating oneself versus avoiding certain discussions due to people's trauma. It's very important that we address those uncomfortable conversations. Cancel culture would say to eliminate that discussion altogether. Holding space is to offer a place where people can feel safe in their vulnerability enough to have a discussion. So yeah, with that response that Democracy got was cancel culture. And it's not effective. I mean, Democracy, you left there feeling not good, and I'm sure she's still not feeling good either. So it's like, what good came out of that? Versus had space been held for people to talk about, their perspectives in it, you guys still might have not agreed, but at least you wouldn't have left that interaction feeling shitty, Yeah, validating people's feelings. It's hard to do that, especially if you don't understand their perspective. And validating someone's feelings doesn't mean that you have to agree with them. It just means that you shouldn't attack them. You shouldn't tell them that they're wrong. Like, that's the worst thing to do. It's like, blaming the victim or, telling someone that they're wrong. I had this happen. This happened to me live on stream about 2 weeks ago, where I had an image on my green screen that was related to what I was talking about. And that image triggered a trauma response for a viewer. And their immediate reaction to me was very aggressive. And I felt like I was being attacked. And I knew for a fact that what I was being called out for was like inaccurate. And I stood in my ego. I stood in my supremacy of rightness. And instead of just validating their feelings, and I simply could have validated their feelings by just not saying anything at all. And just, that's that. Or just without saying anything, change the image and move on with my stream. I wouldn't have had to correct them and say, oh, no, this is actually this. Here's a historical information of why this is not what you think it is. I understand the response you're having. That's how I responded. And it actually fueled the fire more for them. They became more upset with me, called me insensitive, and called me, illiterate, and called me attacking me because they were having this really strong trauma response. And I learned a lot in that experience. And I had to process all of that live on camera with a bunch of viewers. And I was almost to the verge of tears because I was ashamed of myself. I was ashamed that I couldn't have simply just validated someone's feelings and just moved on from it. Instead, I had to stand strong in my rightness. And that was an interesting lesson to learn. Joe says that you're prone to running over people before actually validating their perspective. It's been a beautiful experience to learn how to truly hear people. Yeah, it happened to me. Yeah, I was called a racist. And what I was being called a racist for in itself was not the racist activity. What was racist was my response. What was racist was my lack of validation of their feelings and of their perspective. And I learned a lot from that. And I'm sure they learned a lot from it too. Everybody learned in that interaction. But I was a little bit ashamed of my response, and I was live on camera, and I was, oh, Rhino Lion, thank you so much for being here. It is difficult to not want to be right. It's hard, but I think there's ways to do it, to validate someone's feelings and still not have to admit that you were wrong or admit whatever. Just in that situation, I easily could have just read their message, understood their perspective, quickly changed the image because I have so many other scenes I could have cut to, and just smoothly transitioned through everything. But instead, I stopped everything, and I had to explain to them why the image wasn't racist, and even show articles and show why it's not. And I'm like, what? And it just pissed them off even more. And I was like, you know what? You're right. I'm going to change it right now. No skin off my back. So I'm learning a lot in that process. Rhino Lion, thank you so much for joining in tonight. I hope you're having a beautiful... There's no winning that argument. No, there is no winning that argument. And that's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say, well, this could be a slippery slope, and, we can say that anything can be offensive, and... Oh, and did you raid me? Is that what just happened? Oh my God! What? Oh, thank you so much. Wow, welcome to my tea table, guys. This is so exciting. Thank you for coming. Man, hi guys. Pure Aloha. Welcome to my tea table. My name is Elise, and today we're talking about holding space. Man, you guys dropped in on some pretty heavy stuff. Woo! But we're chilling, dude. This Friday night, we're talking about the best life. And the best life always includes tea. Tonight, I'm drinking a beautiful... Let's see. I'll let you guys see my tea brewing. Drinking some beautiful Gushu Shengpuer from Nanoshan, Yunnan, China. This is coming from Old Growth tea trees from the mountains of Xishuangbanna and Yunnan, China. And I'm about like 12 steeps in, but the tea is still given. That's when you know you're drinking good tea, is whenever you can re-steep it over and over and over again. You see my leaves here. Now this vessel I'm brewing in, this is the quintessential tea brewing vessel. The name of this is Gaiwan. This is a Chinese tea brewing vessel. This was actually made by my potter friends in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Gaiwan simply means cup with lid. Simple as that. Quintessential tea brewing vessel. Rhino, I would love to see your take on some Gaiwans. Yeah, so you got the saucer, and then you've got your cup and your lid. You use the lid to hold back to leaf, and so when you decant your tea, it's simply like this. It's not a teapot. And this tea service that I'm doing here is called Gung Fu. Gung Fu, like Kung Fu, like the martial arts you know about. And so Gung Fu means to do with great skill. Now this great skill doesn't have to come from experience and book knowledge. It's an intentional way of being. It's an intentional way of doing. And the intent is to do the best you can with the resources that are available to you. So if that resource is knowledge and experience, of course you're going to use it. But if you don't know that, you're going to use what you got. But you're going to do it to the best of your ability with all your focus and attention. And this is the path to the good life. Living life with Gung Fu is a path to the good life. Yeah, the Gung Fu lifestyle. Yeah, we do have a lot of new viewers tonight, Joe. We got rated twice. I've never been rated twice on a stream before. I'm pretty new at streaming, so. You've yelled a lot. There's been a lot of caps. It's a Friday night, man. It's a Friday night. We can yell all we want. Integrity with the quality of presence that opens spaces for what wants to emerge. That's holding space. That's holding space. What are the other things on my tray? All right, I'm gonna do a little introduction to my Gung Fu. So my Gung Fu, this is my intention of doing the best job I can do. My intention of holding the space the best I can for you, being vulnerable, being authentic, and making you feel comfortable here with me so we can share and talk deeply and innovate and increase our perspectives together. So this is my Gung Fu. This is my authenticity. The only authentic Chinese Gung Fu item on my tray tonight is this little guy. He's a cutie. He's called a PP boy. And this is a tea pet. Actually, these are all my tea pets. And tea pets were developed in Yixing, China. Very popular ornament for Gung Fu tea service, made of ceramic. This is said to be the very first tea pet. The very first. Now there's usually zodiac symbols or different symbols are used. But this one's funny because he's got a little pee-pee hole. There's a little hole where it should be. And when you get this super cold and you pour boiling water on top of it, it squirts out and it pees. So it's kind of like a water temperature gauge. It's just a silly little novelty. I've got my Bitcoin. This is my Bitcoin. I love Bitcoin, so this is my symbol of great fortune and transparency and trust I keep by me. This is a handmade tea pet from an artist in Seattle. Really cute. He lost one of his eyes. It's a sad day. But this is a cute little slug. Little rocks on his back. They're so cute. So cute. I've got my lucky mini persimmon here. This was gifted to me. This is also a symbol of fortune and luck. I have a little selenite gifted to me by some hippie somewhere. Thank you so much, hippies. I love you guys. This is another tea pet, but this is a sad tea pet because it's my dog. This is Bitcoin, my dog, but my friends in Albuquerque, they made this for me, but his head came off, and his ears came off, and his tail came off. The poor guy. But so here's the thing about tea pets. When you have these on your tray and you're pouring tea, he's here. Yeah, let me make him correct, right? When you're doing your tea service, like if I have some extra, I don't want to drink this anymore. Instead of just dumping it down this tray, you know, this collects, there's a tray underneath that I collect all my water in. Instead of just pouring it down the drain, I can pour it on top of my tea pet. They get thirsty and they get to drink the tea along with you on the journey. And when it's made with unglazed clay, it develops the patina over time. And this is like kind of a record of your tea drinking experience together. It's fun. Cool, right? So that's my dog. And then this is my tea fairy. She is definitely not a traditional tea pet. She's made of plastic, unfortunately, but she's cute. And this is the most important one of all. Bacon broth. Ooh. I love bacon. You know, my Chinese zodiac is the pig. I love pork. It is known around the world that I love pork. In fact, when I travel to some of the villages that I work in, families will know to slaughter a pig on my arrival, and we're eating pork all week. So, yeah, this is my gung fu. This is my vibe. And you're not going to find this anywhere else. You're only going to find it on my table. And I hope that that makes you feel comfortable, because that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, thanks, Sparkles US. Yeah, this is the tea world. Follow me. You will learn all about tea. Friday nights, I stream about the best life. And so I talk different topics, usually in an academic sense. I'm a food scientist, so I like to think of things in very technical terms, even though I do talk about very high-level metaphysical ideas, such as holding space that we're talking about today. But I also like to understand the mechanics and the truth, the deep truth, the origin truth behind some of these things that we enjoy. So here, cheers. Welcome to my tea table. Mondays, I do a discussion called Dignified Hospitality, where I talk about how we can better bring dignity to our food system. So we talk about the situation for the farmers and for even, you know, the businesses and the restaurants and the servers and the bartenders and everybody along the way, which unfortunately, when you think about it, food is our most important thing that we deal in, that we have the great pleasure to enjoy. And it's like the people that provide that for us are the people that we shit on the most. And we got to change that. We got to bring more dignity to that. On Wednesdays, I do a Constitution study group. So we talk about civility and how to be more polite with each other. And on Thursdays, we do an interactive session in our virtual tea room, where you are welcome to come. When you see me go live, I put the link in the title. You can easily access this tea room. You don't have to download anything. It's in the browser, and you can join the tea room and meet tea friends from all over the world. We have tea people from all over the world that come. So that's fun on Thursdays. But I'm always drinking tea. I'm always streaming from my tea table. There's always some element of tea education going on, but do like to talk about some important, deep topics, because tea is the ultimate space holding tool, and we're talking about holding space and what that means. So holding space is to create that comfortable, vulnerable environment where what wants to emerge will emerge. A lot of the truth that we seek in this world, a lot of the innovation and the ideas that we seek in this world, that we invest our lifetimes into studying and to understanding, are fucking within us the whole time, you know? And so the wisest people are the ones that can just sit back and just let it come out, you know? So we're trying to learn how to do that. And the current article that I'm sharing is from a German psychology journal, like a peer-reviewed journal. So this is an academic paper, but it's looking at leadership and the value of integrity, integral leadership, and helping organizations be more innovative and less stagnant. And so, yeah, good leaders are ones that create a comfortable, safe place for their employees to be vulnerable and empathetic with each other so that they can come up with better ideas together. And the only freaking reason why that happens is because their perspectives are increased. So like, we are only limited to what we have in our own head. And in the current like corporate environment and the corporate culture, like we're almost like incentivized to keep that in our head. As far as like the political nature and the corporate environment, it's like, oh, I have this information that's valuable and I'm not going to share it with my teammate over there because they will potentially use it to like one up me and get that promotion. You know, like that's the current culture. So there's like mistrust, no vulnerability, no authenticity. And so a really good leader will actually scratch that whole culture and make a freaking tea party and get everybody to drink tea together and get everybody to empathize with each other and hold space for that to happen. And then all of a sudden what's going to happen is all those individual perspectives that everybody used to have siloed in their own viewpoints will like, and then when they're all sitting together drinking tea is a great way to get that going for them. They're now not just in here, they're looking at this huge board with all this information that wouldn't have been there had they not opened their heart and their mind to their neighbor. And with that information, what really wanted to emerge will be able to emerge. You know, there's no additional truth that was found, you know, from some magical whatever or some extra research. It's like a lot of times the truth that we need is there the whole time. We're just not tapping into it. So that's it. The core or grounding principle here is the notion of quality of presence. One often cited for formulation of this comes from Bill O'Brien, who was involved in the development of concepts and practice around learning organizations. He is quoted as saying that the success of an intervention depends on the interior condition of the intervener. This notion of the central importance of the interior condition of the intervener is what Sharma refers to as the blind spot of leadership, or the lack of recognition that the sources from which we lead have a very high leverage impact on our leadership interventions. It is the nature of these sources that we wish to explore in more depth. This is heavy stuff, you know, but this is stuff that's going to help us be better people and live the best life. Live a life with empathy, live a life with freaking politeness. I mean, gosh. I mean, I know we're all polite with each other here, but we're kind of in like a vacuum chamber of our own love. But could you imagine like infinite amount of politeness with everybody you ever meet in your life? Wow. Totally possible. Our conception of quality presence includes conceiving of integral in relation to being in integrity with the source of our interior condition. For instance, the integration of head, heart, and hands, to use one framing, or body, mind, and soul as another, requires us in having integrity between our deepest callings and still small voice of moral conscience with our actions. Okay, I'm going to read that again because that seems interesting. For instance, the integration of head, heart, and hands requires us to having integrity between our deepest callings and still small voice of moral conscience with our actions. A lack of integrity in this domain leads to self-betrayal and self-justification, which can be aided by an over-reliance on cognitive complexity to rationalize behavior. All of this contributes to the coloring of our quality of presence. This happens in relation to help we differentiate the undifferentiated source of energy flowing through us, and our mental and emotional and physical structures all contribute to this. This flow of energy generates subtle or energetic spaces around us that can be measured and sensed by others. The spaces we create as leaders commingle, connect with existing system structures and various other conditions to generate greater or lesser room for other individuals around us to feel able to move, act, decide, think within. The quality of our energy flow opens up a space for the more subtle aspects of interpersonal relationships, especially in a leadership, coaching, brainstorming, or prototyping situation where the participants can sense that they can allow a certain vulnerability, go beyond their usual self-protective behavior, and allow themselves to come up with new concepts, ideas, or viewpoints. There it is. You know, the scientists confirm it. It's not just the hippies. You know, I was saying that, like, majority of the time that I've identified as being a space holder or as someone who holds space, the majority of that time, that word and that vocabulary and that whole concept was like strictly a very like new agey paradigm. It was like the hippies. It was like, oh, this is a hippie thing to do. You know, holding space is just hippie for doing nothing. You know, you just sit there and let someone talk and make them feel comfortable to talk. Make them trust you so that they'll talk freely. So you don't got to do shit to do that. You just got to sit there and be non-judgmental. And be present. So your ability to hold space and to create that energetic space that other people will feel and be attracted to and want to come and share and be a part of that innovation. The quality of that is correlated to the quality of presence. You know, so if you're trying to force this, if you're like a high-strung, anxious leader and you're trying to force this, people are going to feel it. It has to be authentic. And it also has to be present. I mean, I guess that could be another definition of presence is authenticity. You know, I feel like there was this neuroscientist that came into the tea room one week, and I had a really nice chat with him, and he was talking about his research. He was in Hong Kong, and he's researching the two states of our mind. There are two states of thinking. So there's presence, there's like the intuitive thinking. So that's like when you talk to someone and you ask them a question that they don't have to think about. They just like intuitively know the answer to. And so that's being present. That's like you're able to communicate and interact in full presence. And so that's why I think when you're trying to do these practices, it's always great to talk in very simplified terms. You know, you're not using big words that you have to think about and articulate. You know, you're just like using vocabulary that's second nature for you, that you can then just be present in. Because the other side of thinking that this researcher was looking at, and he found, actually not him, it's well documented in the research, that is physiologically impossible for humans to be in both states of presence and in the mind. So like it's the difference of asking someone what's 2 + 2. You ask someone 2 + 2, like 4. You don't even have to think about it. You ask someone what is 27 × 13. Yeah, they're going to have to go in the mind, do some things, and then they can say. And when they do that, they're no longer present. So, you know, I'm just inferring all this statement that I'm just making about your ability to hold space and to create that energetic space for someone to feel comfortable in is correlated to the quality of the presence that you have. So the density of presence that you have, right? Because you can't be both. You can't be present and in your mind. You know, so that's what I'm saying. Like if you're like an anxious leader and you just like read in Harvard Business Review this article and you're like, oh, okay, I got to do this. And so you force it, but the whole time that you're trying to be present and hold space for your team, you're in your head like having all of your issues and your anxieties running through, and you're just forcing this space holding to happen. People are going to feel that, and they're not going to feel safe in that, and it's not going to be effective. I don't know, Joe, if you're still here, let me know what you think of that. I had never thought about that like, if you're trying to hold space, you need to work extra hard to stay out of your head. I'm like fascinated with all this stuff. So fascinated. What wants to emerge? That's going to be the new tagline, Joe. What wants to emerge? You know, this information, this power, this energy, this freaking love, it's there and it wants to emerge, but it's like we allow ourselves stuck in our heads. So Rhino says, like trying to meditate instead of meditating. That's interesting. Yep, it's like that. Yeah, you can't be meditating if you've got things in your head. And you know, sometimes it's freaking hard. You know, like we live in a society, we live in a flow that like values speed and urgency and anxiety. So it's like we have an extra handicap of putting ourselves into that space of presence. And presence is what you need to meditate. I mean, meditating, like when you're in full nirvana mode, or whatever you want to call it, when you're fully on in that mode, your everything about you, even to the cells in your body and the energy flowing through your body, becomes one with everything around you, which means there's not a single idea in your head. Like there's nothing but your breath and your presence, your being in that moment. And so if you have ideas going around your head, you're going to find it really hard to find that presence. And that's why drinking tea is important, because tea, especially good tea, clean tea, like the tea I'm drinking tonight, has caffeine, but it also has L-theanine in it. And L-theanine can only be found in the Camellia sinensis plant. So just to give you guys a little basic education, the Camellia sinensis plant, this beauty right behind me, not that one. This is a fake plant. That's my logo. But this is the Camellia sinensis plant, and just the tip, just the shoot, is plucked for making the tea. And you can make green, black, white, oolong, pu'er, purple, yellow. You can make all types of tea from the same plant. It's just how you process it. You get the different tea. This plant, the Camellia sinensis plant, is the only bioavailable source of L-theanine in the world. And L-theanine is actually a leading nootropic supplement. So if you've ever been on a nootropic regimen, you're definitely getting L-theanine and caffeine in it, because the L-theanine changes the caffeine's reaction in the body. Just the tip. Yep. Just the tip. Just the tip right there. That's the good stuff. That's the dank stuff. It changes, the L-theanine changes the caffeine's reaction in the body from like this jolt of energy and like inevitable crash that you get from coffee and energy drinks when you take the caffeine alone. The L-theanine changes the caffeine's reaction in the body to be a mental focus and body relaxation. So it pretty much just like knocks out any like distractions or other ideas you have in your head, so you can focus on just one. So if you want to use that focus for writing a paper or for doing some work, hell yeah. But if you want to use that focus to meditate, it's also very good too. And tea has like potentially a 5,000 year human history. 2,000 confirmed, but maybe 5,000. It's a long time. Only about 300 years ago did tea become like a common man's drink. Prior to 300 years ago, so between 2,000 years and 300 years, all of that history, tea was exclusively grown and produced by monks. So, it is a great honor and privilege that us as common people have access to this magical nootropic of the gods. So yes, let's be grateful in our privilege, but also understand the historical context. I think all too often, too much, ancient relevance and like human history relevance is attached to tea, when tea is a very modern phenomenon. Camellia sinensis, that's the one. Isn't she a beauty? This is just the tip of it, like the tree. Sometimes these trees will grow into huge things. I climbed one that was 80 feet tall one time. Aw, thanks, Denny. Today is a good day. This tea behind me, so this tea, I shot this video on a tea farm in Sri Lanka. So this is actually Sri Lankan tea. So you'll see that the leaf is actually quite broad, and the tea that I'm drinking right now has a very broad leaf as well, like a very big, broad leaf. You see how big this is? It's pretty big. Almost as big as what you see here. So, you know, like these plants are actually quite related. But there's the sinensis variety, that's a Chinese variety. The leaves are very small and delicate. They're sweeter as well. These tend to have like a maltier, punchier character to them. All right, Joe, I'm gonna go look at your comment because I saw you put something good. So Joe says, on the topic of politeness, Western culture is rooted in the Christian and often Catholic perspective. Taken to an extreme over the years, this has created a basis of seeing humanity through the lens of the repentant sinner. This is to say that we live and interact with each other in a way which immediately assumes the worst in people. This can be contrasted, for instance, by traditional Japanese culture, specifically that derived from Zen culture. This culture is found on recognizing the divine in each individual. And if you've ever met a Japanese person, you can easily see the inherent politeness in them. This is not to say that each doesn't have its own pros and cons. I simply find the contrast interesting. Yeah, but you know something else interesting about Japanese culture? And I don't know when this happened to their culture, but it's definitely modern and relevant now, is the concept of like the two faces. Like you have what you present to other people, and then you have your authenticity. And that in itself inhibits, you know, that presence. So it's kind of like this conflicting conflict. You know, I'm going to research that. I think I need to dig deeper into that, like the origin of that characteristic of Japanese culture. It's a well-documented characteristic. Like this is not like a racist statement or anything like that. There's definitely, and people talk about it, and it's very commonplace to talk about it, that you have and it's associated with that politeness. You have the appearances that you put out that are important to maintain that politeness, and don't shake the boat, don't upset anybody, just keep everything kosher and cool, versus, you know, what's going on in your authentic self. And you would never dare share that even with your own spouse. You know, it's a very, very common concept in Japanese culture, and I always felt like that inhibited a lot of innovation. Because I worked in Japan for 6 months in a company. It wasn't a big company, it was a tea farm in Kyoto, but it was a company all the same, and we practiced very traditional Japanese company culture. And there were so many days where I would just like sit at my desk, and like there was definitely a culture that you stayed long, like whoever got there first, you know, like it was like respected, and whoever left last, it was also respected. So I played into that. But there was days where I'd be like sitting at my desk unable to do any work because there's like this simple amount of information that I need for the girl next to me. And when I ask her, I'm like, hey, can I have the number on this thing? I can't move to the next step of my project until I have that number. And I know she has that number. But company protocol says that, you know, all information shared between employees is shared during the daily morning meeting. So I have to wait till the next day until she can politely share that information with me. And it was like completely acceptable, culturally acceptable, that I just sat at my computer and did nothing. It was like, this feels so weird, because like in American culture, we're so like direct and straightforward, and God forbid you're sitting at your computer and doing nothing. Are you kidding? You're wasting time. But in Japanese culture, like even that in itself is kind of respected as holding space. Like you're just there. You're holding space for that politeness. Maybe you're not holding space for your partner or your neighbor's authenticity, but you're holding space for that culture, that company culture that everybody values so much. So I guess it's some form of holding space. Yes, it's all about the presence. It looks like a bay leaf. It does. Yeah, so tea leaf, it looks like bay leaf in that it has serrated edges. Kind of can't see it. It's kind of hard to see it. Let me put it on the paper. But you see the coloring? It's like, it's green and it's got a little bit of browning on it. That browning is oxidation. And oxidation is the main process that differentiates the different styles of tea that can be processed from that one plant. Magical. That's always like the number one mind-blowing factoid about tea that everybody's like, whoa, I can't believe this. All tea comes from the same plant. And so something else like chamomile or lemongrass, those, even though like in American culture, our lexicon, calls that tea, technically it is not tea. Tea has to come from the Camellia sinensis plant. The Chinese symbol for tea is, the word is cha. I didn't mean to say the symbol, but the word is cha. And all words and all languages for tea have some derivative of that word cha. If the tea traveled by land. So India, Middle East, some parts of Africa, the parts that were colonized by jihad, because that's from the Middle East, they have some word associated with cha. Chai, shai, like it's some derivative of the word cha, and it's coming from that one plant, the cha plant. But the Dutch traders that started to export tea to Europe, when they put the tea on the ships and they took it to Europe, when it got to the port, they either forgot the word cha or they couldn't say the word cha, and they ended up turning the word to te. And so like any place where tea expanded via sea, the word is some derivative of te or tea or te or anything like that. So, but in America, we boycotted tea for so long because we associated with British culture that we didn't know this stuff. It wasn't important to us. It was actually taboo. And so when we started to have a tea culture, maybe like 20 years ago is about when tea culture started, even tea bag, like Lipton tea bags started to become more acceptable here in the US. We didn't have the definition of tea and know these things. And so then anything infused in hot water became a tea. Like we called anything like that tea. But the technical term for anything infused in hot water that isn't tea is tisane. Tisane. So yeah, those are the factoids. What is the difference between good clean tea and the box of green tea bags one can get at Costco? All right, there's a lot of differences there, Rhino. Thank you so much for asking that question. Good clean tea has good intentions in it. It's clean, like literally because of chemicals. So like the tea industry, which is like one of the most unprofitable agriculture industries in the world, ends up utilizing a lot of chemical agriculture chemicals, as well as indentured labor. So there's a lot of labor issues in tea as well. And that for me is part of the terroir. So we have this term terroir we use for wine. You might have heard that word from some wine psalm someday. The same word can be applied to tea, the same word can be applied to coffee, the same word can be applied to cannabis. The terroir is like the environment in which your product is growing. So that includes the soil, it includes the climate, it includes the variety of the plant. But oftentimes people forget that it also includes the energies of the people there. And so if the energies of the people there is like oppressive and marginalized and discriminated, those energies go into the plants. And tea is a very absorbing plant. It absorbs energy from the earth with its deep root system. And it also absorbs aromas and energy from the environment around. So when I say clean tea, like it's clean of chemicals, but it's also clean of like ill intention. And it's hard to differentiate those things if you haven't been exposed to a lot of good clean tea. But once you get exposed and you drink your first cup of good clean tea, like you can tell the difference just in the taste, but more importantly in the energetics of the tea. So like the green tea bag from Costco or the black tea bag from the grocery store, you may drink it and like it may like make your body feel a little uncomfortable, or maybe your mind feel a little uncomfortable. Like it might give you energy, like you're like, oh, I'm looking for energy, I'll use this. So it has the caffeine in it, but then it's got like all of these kind of negative energies in it, and that makes it bad. So that's my definition of good and bad tea. And then there's another reason too, the tea bag. And we're very anti-tea bag here. Like we don't do that here in this community. That's a nasty habit to leave in college. We're grown-ups here. We don't do tea bagging. But if you're worried about, or concerned about knowing the quality and health issues of tea bags, all tea bags have plastic. They're made of plastic, even the paper ones. If it was a paper tea bag with no plastic, that thing would dissolve in the hot water like that. So yeah, they line, even the paper, they line it with plastic. And so when you put that tea bag into the hot water, there are studies, like multiple studies, and these came out about 2 years ago, where there's a microplastic release into the tea. And we don't like drinking microplastics, so I hope that answered your question. So Joe says it's the difference between being the observer and being a part of the moment. That non-present perspective is the root of science. And so that's the conflict, because I'm a scientist and I love science, but I'm also like an empath to a certain degree, and I also like to just be present with people. So I think it's good to have that balance. Again, that's not to say that science doesn't have anything to offer, but it's very much in the antithesis of presence. It only works because our idea of past and future. Okay, so Denny asked, if you buy tea from our website, is that the Chill Vibe Clear tea that you're talking about? Okay, so this is the thing about the tea that I import and work in. All of it is exclusively imported from small family farms under a context of trust. Some of these guys do have to use, lower income labor, or do have to use chemicals, pesticides, but like, they're doing it with like this intention of bettering and of transparency and trust. So like that's the only requirement I have for the farmers to work on my platform is honesty and transparency. So like if they're still using some of these bad practices and they're evolving off of it. Long story short, all the tea is good and clean on my website. All of it. It doesn't matter. So like a Denny, if you're like wanting to find the best tea, what I would say is like look for the things that interest you. So like on all the descriptions of every tea, there are like tasting notes. So like if there are certain flavors you usually like you like flowery things or whatever, you will see that noted in the description. But ultimately I recommend to just like try a variety. Yep. Because then you'll like start, because like there's hundreds of teas on my catalog. There's like endless exploration, and it's a deeper rabbit hole than even wine. But like the best tea practice, the best gung fu tea practice, and the best life that we can all get to is only going to be achieved. Excuse me. Wow. Where'd my water go? It's only going to be achieved if it's a daily practice and it's something that like we truly and authentically enjoy. So if you're new to like loose leaf tea, and you're new to specialty tea, or you're new to this concept of good tea, I would say just have fun with it. Like, don't feel pressured that you need to buy exactly the right tea. and read every definition and know it. We actually have a product there that's called the beginner's tea box, and you can select the Tealet curated, and I will curate it based off of, you know, what my intuition says is where you need to begin your journey. And so I usually put a little bit of everything in there. Or you can tell me what you want. Like if you know that you like oolong tea and you just like want to dive deeper into oolong tea, then get the oolong tea box. But over time you'll start learning what you like, and maybe you'll start going to some other tea shops and learning new things and trying new things. But the real magic happens when you start sharing it with other people, and it's really fun. It's really great to like serve tea to your friends and your loved ones, and truly understand this sense of holding space, creating your own authentic chill vibe so that people can feel comfortable and inspired by. And that's how we're going to change the world, folks. That's how we're going to do it. So soup is tea. What, Tef? You're steps ahead. You're steps ahead. Soup is tea. It's so funny because in China and Taiwan, they call this the soup. You know what you steep in your leaves? They call that a soup. But here in Western culture, we call it liquor. The technical term we use is liquor. What gets decanted out is the liquor. So Joe says, I believe that the two-faced thing happening in Japan is when industrialization entered the picture, it created inherent frustration in them. They are an amalgamation of cultures, and thus things got messy as they incorporated Western ideals into their traditional culture. That is true. And you know what the worst thing that happened of this was their like addiction to agriculture chemicals. That was a direct like insecurity that they got. And this is all like post World War II. Like Japan had a major chip on its shoulder culturally after the war. And America was seen as, you know, the ideal. And at that time in America, in like the 1940s and going into the 1950s, like we were going through our own green revolution, where it was like monoculture, chemicals, pesticides, fertilizers. We can do it all and fix all of our problems. And it fixed them like in the immediate, but like where are we at now with that, you know? And the Japanese really took hold to that. But it's so ironic because like I was trying to do a business deal with this company, this big company actually in Tokyo. They wanted to import the tea from our warehouse in the US to Japan and sell it. And so I had to do all the research and due diligence on the project. And I found out that Japanese imports, when it's a food product import like tea, the Japanese customs importing requires a certified organic certificate and full testing of like, they have like almost zero tolerance on chemical residues. So that's for things coming into Japan. But then the agriculture chemistry industry in Japan is like 99.4% conventional agriculture. Like organic farming in Japan is a very niche thing, especially in tea. Like you may find some like subsistence farming happening in rural areas where they're just not using chemicals, but most of the time they are. Like even if they're just like doing a simple like potato patch for their family, you know, the culture sigma is the Kaizen, you know, the Kaizen way that you always have to improve it. You always have to be optimizing and making it better and making it better. Like the green revolution, like monoculture mentality is perfect. Like it totally matches with that concept of Kaizen. But, you know, recently they're starting to realize the long-term damage the chemicals are doing to their soil. And so, you know, there's a little bit of a revolution starting to happen in Japan to like rebuild their soil health. Aw, you only drink tea and water. Well, that's good. You are already on the road to the best life. I hope that I can help make it better for you. Yeah, please follow us. Come back to our streams, engage more, and I would love to have you visit us in our tea room. We have a virtual tea room, and it's awesome. And coffee and wine. Well, that's good too. I also drink coffee and wine. I do tea bags. I fill them myself. I don't even want to know what you fill them with, Tef. Let's not go there. Oh, so Joe shared a link. I'll go ahead and share it with the group. Joe, our friend Joe. So Joe, who has been talking with me through Facebook. So I'm multi-streaming to multiple platforms because I've been building this community for years on different platforms. And so I try to share the live stream love with everybody. So Joe's been interacting through Facebook. And actually, Joe, your comments are going to Twitch. So everybody is seeing this link. So you may see like a Facebook comment on the Twitch chat from Joe with a link. And I don't know if it allowed the link. It's possible it did. No, it looks like it allowed it. But I can share it. Let me share. I'll share it right now just to make sure. Because I think I might have links turned off for Twitch. So there, I just shared a link. Hopefully it went on. Hi, Tony Star Wars. I like your name. I like Star Wars. Oh, you see Joe's chat. Great. Awesome. Getting real in here about tea. It's real. But you know what? It's not real, like, it's not real pretentious. Like, please do not interpret anything in this experience as pretentious. Like, this is authentic, this is raw, this is vulnerable. This is not pretentious. Yes, I'm talking about quality. Yes, I'm shaming you for drinking tea bags, but nowhere in there is there any pretension or snobbiness. It's pure love for the good life, the best life. And it's all capable. It's all reachable for all of us to enjoy. Okay, good. You see Joe's chat. Joe cannot see your chat, and I think Joe's fine with that. Joe's not the one trying to hold space for you guys. Tony, Star Wars. What's your favorite Star Wars? Let's Oh, we have a Japanese tea expert now sharing some information with us. This is so great. Katsuya says, and thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you so much for joining. Miss Iwama, a culture researcher in the Tea Museum of Shizuoka, revealed old literatures related to tea in Japan. She mentioned about Cha Zen Ichimi, which means Zenism equals to teaism, and this philosophy could be the beginning of Cha no Yu, which is the tea ceremony research. I like to briefly translate her article on my blog or Instagram in future before the Colloquium of Global Tea Initiative. Are you going to be presenting this at the Global Tea Initiative? Katsuya-san? Katsuya-san is referring to UC Davis. There is a interdisciplinary study program group. It spans across like art history, various humanities, and then of course like the agriculture and the food science part of it. And they do an annual symposium, and it's great. It's like, it's one of the best places to like see like real tea research and tea history research. I actually gave a presentation there in 2018. Yeah, 2018 I presented. That was a really good experience. So I opened your link. I'm checking this out. Okay, so this is an article. It needs to be translated. Yeah, when you I'm gonna follow you. After I get off the stream, I'll follow you, and I will keep my eye out for the translation on that. This is very good information. You know, a lot of like the really great tea information has yet to be translated into English. You know, like the best stuff is in Chinese actually, and the Chinese are very hesitant about translations and sharing that information. While I find the Japanese to be a lot more open, and the Taiwanese are the most open. The Taiwanese, like, they aggressively developed their tea quality, because Taiwan didn't really start to develop a tea industry until about 300 years itself. Even less, I think it was like 200 years ago, maybe a little bit more than 200 years ago. And it was, the Japanese were occupying Taiwan, and they had set up this like state-of-the-art research center for tea. This is Japanese, researching tea and coming up with different cultivars and different processing methods. So a lot of the cultivars that we love now from Taiwanese oolongs and other teas came from this research. And of course, the Japanese are no longer occupying, and so they're not influencing this, but the Taiwanese government to this day supports it heavily. They fund the research, they outreach the research, and that's the reason why Taiwanese tea industry is very lucrative, and it's a very good tea coming from Taiwan. And they share the information. The link was a lot. Good. Oh, you're not presenting, but you'll join the seminar online just for your interest. Cool. Yeah, you should. I'll be there. The woman, Lisa Song, the main speaker, she wrote a wonderful book about tea and like cultural history of tea, and like really understanding kind of that scope, right? Because I was, Katsuya, I was telling everybody about how tea has anywhere between a 2,000 to 5,000 year history. And most of that history, tea was not like a common man's drink. It was like exclusively grown and produced and consumed by monks. Even in Japan, when tea reached Japan about 1,100 years ago, most of that time it was like for monks, and then it started to expand into, the shoguns would have, their tea house, and they started to cherish items, and there was like some kind of aristocracy, elite association to the items that you could collect around tea and studying tea. That's a very recent phenomenon. But a really cool thing about Japanese tea history and the expansion of the industry was when the new culture came in. So when Japan's culture transitioned from a feudal state to what it is now, it became like illegal for you to be a samurai. And there was a pretty deep, expansive network of these shoguns and samurai. And the samurai, like, they're just employees. They're working. That's their work. That's their job. And so then it became illegal for them to be samurai. And so a lot of them ended up moving to Shizuoka, and they were the ones to establish the tea industry there. The retired samurai. And Shizuoka, that's the area, that's the province or the state where Fujisan is, Mount Fuji, the beautiful mountain, iconic mountain just south of Tokyo. We all know, with the flat top and the snow on top. Fujisan is there. And completely surrounding Fujisan is all tea fields, like expansive. Shizuoka is the largest tea growing region of Japan. And that industry wasn't developed until like 150 years ago. So it's all new things, like learning these things really helps put into perspective, the authenticity of things. Like so often this ancient relevance and ancient kind of mysticism is attached to tea that really isn't there. Tea is a very modern phenomenon in the grand scheme of things. So that story, Katsuya says that the monks had brought tea seeds from China to Japan, and monks used tea as medicine for meditation and Zen training. And that's the caffeine and the L-theanine, because it helps the monks like stay awake and focus so that they can meditate at the monasteries. Yay! Tea is an enjoyable way to bring people together, of course. Yeah! Thank you, Gigi. You know what's up. Katsuya, are you from Shizuoka? Yeah, much pride to Shizuoka. I love Shizuoka. I'm like, I've spent some time there. Most of my time I spent in Kyoto. I'm a big fan of Kyoto and Nara. I lived in a small village very close to Nara. So that was my stomping grounds when I was there. But I do love Shizuoka. I do a lot of work in Shizuoka because we work with a group of small growers that are converting all of their land from Yabukita sencha production, which is just like, no one makes money on that. The tea farmers lose so much money, and there's like so many tea farmers that like send their kids away and just say, get out of this business. It's not dignified. There's no money to be made. And so what ends up happening is they die, you know, like the parents die and they don't have any ambition of having their kids take on the fields. And so there are like these like wild tea fields. Like if you just go hiking in the mountains of Japan, you'll like come across wild tea fields. So there's this movement of like young people. A lot of them are from the city. They're from Tokyo. They come from fast lifestyles in Tokyo, and they move to the countryside, and they will meet these families that have these wild tea gardens and negotiate leases with them. And they say, hey, these tea fields are wild anyway. You're not using them. Let me use them, produce tea, and then I can pay you, you know, on the profits made. And in Shizuoka, they're changing the Yabukita from making the sencha because they don't make money, and they're planting matcha cultivars, so Saimadori, Goku, and Okumadori, and setting up the shading rig systems around the garden so they can make the authentic good matcha. And then, you know, they're selling it into the international market because there is like a huge boom for matcha. And unfortunately, most of the matcha that is coming into the US, definitely the matcha that's at your Starbucks, is not real matcha. It's not real. Real matcha, you should be able to comfortably drink it on its own without sugar or milk. But like the matcha that like Starbucks uses, it's actually just powdered green tea. They don't shade it, so it doesn't have that sweet umami to it. It's bitter and astringent because it has all of the caffeine and the tannins in it. And but you add sugar and milk to it, it tastes better anyway. But real matcha should not be bitter. Real matcha should be sweet, because what they do in the matcha is they shade it. Like they black out shade, like torture the tea plants so that they don't photosynthesize, and in that process that produces less tannins. And tannins break down amino acids. They denature amino acids. So the sweet umami sensation, including the theanine. Theanine is an amino acid. The magic thing with the caffeine in the brain. If there's tannin, if the tea is tannic, and the sun produces tannins in the bush, then it'll break down those amino acids that create the umami sensation, and make it bitter and astringent. So you need to shade it, but it's really expensive and labor intensive to shade it. So you know, Starbucks, they're looking for the cheapest thing, you know, so they'll never afford it. Theanine is awesome. You take it as a supplement. No, take it from tea. You know, okay, so the Camellia sinensis plant, the tea plant, is the only naturally occurring source of L-theanine, and it already comes with the caffeine. And then you get the whole cool meditative process of making the tea and drinking it that helps optimize the theanine effect in your brain. No, you're right. It's not even anecdotal. It's science. It's proven. I'm sure that the theanine is helping you focus. But I plead, please drink tea. Try it with the tea, you know? I know the supplements make it easy and you can add it to your coffee. I'm not telling you not to drink coffee. I drink coffee. I love coffee. But I prefer to take my nootropics naturally. Because you know the theanine that you're using with your coffee, they extract it from tea anyway. you know, so you're missing out. Which tea? All tea has theanine. This plant right here is called the Camellia sinensis plant. This is a Camellia sinensis Assamica variety plant in the country of Sri Lanka, but all tea have the L-theanine and the caffeine. Green tea has the most. There's a whole bunch of science. You can see which one has the most. Ultimately, matcha has the most. So if you find a good ceremonial grade matcha, which we sell that. You can totally find it on our website, Tea and Its People, teaanditspeople.com. We sell matcha there. And there's education, you know, how to make it. But like the ceremonial grade on matcha, like the real matcha, the real shaded one, is it creates the most theanine, because theanine is amino acid, and so tannins are like a bioweapon. They're essentially a bioweapon. They're like the most powerful bioweapon in the world. They use it for tanning leather. You know, like when they tan leather, the tannins are actually denaturing any of the things that can spoil in the leather and preserving it. But the tannins, which produce in the sun. So this one's making tannins. This is a tannic tea. It's direct sunlight. It's getting lots of sun. The tea plant is photosynthesizing, and in that process it creates the tannins, and those tannins will break down the L-theanine. Thank you, Katsuya. I'm checking out all this info you sent me. So you're asking me if there's theanine in like generic brewed tea? No, I guarantee you there is not a substantial healthy source of theanine in that. But if you like that, I am not going to discourage you from enjoying something you like. I also like ice cream and milkshakes, but I'm not seeing those as a like functional product that's helping me in my life or my health. But you know, if I want to see tea as this functional thing, it's really important to seek out the best quality, because it does make a big difference. No benefit. There will definitely be caffeine. And so that's why you're more likely to have like an intense caffeine reaction from like the sweet tea from McDonald's than you are from, you know, drinking tea like this. Because there's less theanine. There's more caffeine and less theanine. And you want more theanine. You need the caffeine though. Theanine will not act in your body unless you have caffeine. But you need twice as much theanine as you need caffeine to create that focus in the brain. So like, yeah, generic iced tea, you know, whatever's coming in the bottle you can get from the store, unless it's like a ceremonial grade matcha drink, you're not, which I have, like my, I have a client that makes one. My client makes this, so funny, you're not going to see it. It's all green. Here, you can see it from this camera. Matcha Go. It's like a 5-hour energy. Matcha Go. And this has like ceremonial grade matcha, and there's enough in it to give you that focus energy. So yeah, this is not my product. This is my client's product, but the matcha that I import is in this. So this is like a collaborative, and this is how my business works. Like, I don't have a whole lot of retail products myself. I work with 1,400 other small businesses. And this is one of the products that I helped formulate. Yeah, drink monk tea. So that's good tea. That's good clean tea. Like, monks would only drink the most. Like, right there, like super organic, holistic people. They wouldn't be drinking something from McDonald's. They might drink this, but more than likely they're gonna have, you know, they're gonna have like the cha no yu, you know, the matcha bowl and the whisk and do it that way. Is this right? What is right? Gigi, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I stream all week long. So like if you want more tea, follow me. I talk all types of knowledge. And then also talk, a lot about civility and how to be better people in better communities. So you did a tea tour in Beijing. Was that at like a tea market? Because there's no tea growing in Beijing. There's definitely tea markets there. Beijing's a big city. Oh, that's funny, Machiko. Okay, so the original thing that she made. Yeah, this is funny. Ooh, you're not gonna see it. Yeah, the tea markets are a trip, aren't they? It's like, how the hell do these businesses survive? Like, this is a mall of like 2,000 different shops and everybody's selling the exact same thing. Like, how does these even work? But it works, Yeah, so the original product that she made before Matcha Go, she made one called Mommy Go. It was like targeted towards moms looking for like healthy natural energy sources. Yeah. Man, I unloaded on you guys. This is good. This is the largest the largest group we've had in chat. I had 2 raids. That's huge for me. Actually, before this, I've only had 1 raid ever, and I had 2 in one day. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Pure aloha, blessings. I look forward to helping you on your tea journey. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, and if I ever see you on, if you do make an order and get some tea, if I see you on, maybe I'll drink that tea along with you. It's so I can explain, brewing techniques and, how to best enjoy the tea. I mean, it's simple. It's not rocket science, but, sometimes people just like need that extra push to help them, see that other perspective. You need someone to hold space for you and make you feel welcome and authentic and vulnerable. Yeah, I love you guys. I love you guys so much. Oh man, I've been, this has been a good stream. I am so grateful. I've learned a lot. I think the most valuable thing, have a good night. We'll see you next time. I think the most valuable thing that I learned tonight is that your capacity to hold space is directly correlated to your capacity of presence, your quality of presence. And optimizing your quality of presence is like not being in your head. And I know it's hard, but all of these practices of meditating, of mindfulness, of listening to peaceful music like this, really can help us become better people, build better communities, and solve our world's problems. Thank you, Rhino. I'm so happy you came. I'm so happy that I got to share, I've come to a couple of your streams and I really love what you do. And like what you do is totally in alignment with what I talk about all the time, which is just like flow. I think any artist that is just focused in on what they're doing, and of course the art that you do is derived from a lot of these like Zen philosophies. There's something really magical about just watching someone's flow, like what you do. It's powerful. I flow in my talking, but like this channel is much more about trying to discern that and help people understand it. Because yeah, we are all in our heads. And so maybe I've got to meet everybody in their heads first before we can all just be present. Aw, Rhino, I thank you so much. We're gonna be good friends. We're gonna be really good friends. I look forward to seeing your Gaiwan. Let me know when you're ready to make your Gaiwan. My friend's Not Made in China. That's what they're called. Their studio in New Mexico. Not Made in China. They make this. It's a little heavy, but it's nice that it's thick, because when it's thick, it doesn't get as hot on the rim, so it's easier to use. Sometimes the Gaiwans, like the porcelain ones, when it's so thin, if you fill it up too high with the boiling water, it makes it too hot. Yeah. Do you want a variety, Denny? Do you want me to do a variety, like curate for you? And I'll even write a little note in there to explain why I chose. Or, yeah. I think I'll just do that. I'll do that for you, Denny. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you. Oh, wow. I feel good. It's late. But that's the purpose of this, you know? The purpose is to, you know, it's Friday night. Always got to get the disco going on Friday night, but it doesn't mean that we can't be mindful and talk about the things that we want to do to make our lives better. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you so much. Oh, you can do porcelain? Wow. I don't think this is porcelain. This is just a glazed clay. My friends though have started to dig their own clay. They have some like mountain land outside of Albuquerque and they found some really nice clay. Let me see if I have. They gifted me a cup. It's beautiful. And they're experimenting with unglazed, you know, because that's like the holy grail. And yeah, you totally need to get your first one from him. Hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is the quintessential. And you know, it's hard. Like, it's a lot harder than you think. I mean, I'm sure you'll research online and look at, you know, dimensions and how they're usually made. But, you know, a lot of ceramicists, they see this and they're like, oh, this is easy. It's a cup, a lid, and saucer. I can make it. And they end up having a lot of difficulty with it because, you know, there's a lot of factors that affect its pourability and everything. I don't even have any of that. But like the matcha bowl, that's usually the one that a lot of potters will start out with. But then you start getting into the tea. Like, let me show you my fanciest teapot. So this isn't porcelain, but this is coming from Jingjijin, which is the porcelain place in China. It's purple and green. It's beautiful. Let's see the artist mark there. Unglazed on the bottom. This glaze is so beautiful too. And then what's really magical, like what's really hard about teapots is getting the lid to fit just tight. You hear that? This is not personal. I could serve like 4 people tea with this pot. It's a lot bigger than you think. But like the lid has to fit, you know, here very tightly because you want like a vacuum to form. When you're doing Gong Fu Cha, you want a vacuum to form so that way you can retain heat in your teapot while you're brewing. So the lid is important. The spout is important. Yeah, you should be able to, everything should be able to line up perfectly that way. And then your, maybe if I can't get the light in here, but the filter, there's a filter here. It's like perfectly cut little holes, but it's unglazed on the inside. Actually, this is important to show you. You could drink right out of the spout. Yep. It's always fun. You see it's unglazed on the inside. And this is you can see the spin. You know, this was thrown. The really like highly sought out, oh, maybe you see the filter in there. The really sought out teapots are called Yixing clay. And those are not thrown. And that's how you can tell an authentic Yixing pot from a not, because you can see like the slip cast. You can see like, here, let's see if I have one. So this is what a Yixing would look like. You know, the clay is usually red, although there's black clay and there's gray clay, but usually it's the red clay like this. Like, the person that sold this was calling it a Yixing pot. I didn't buy this pot, someone gave it to me. But you know, it even's got the artist mark on it. They try to make it look authentic. So the first thing you can tell if it's fake is that there's the rings in there that you can tell it's thrown. But it really wasn't thrown. This was made in a slip cast. If it's a real Yixing, which I don't have here, I keep all those at home because those are like the really sacred one. They're slab built. Yep. And so you can see the lines. The markings on the inside are different. Like here you see circles, like it was thrown. It looks like it was thrown. You see the circles on the inside. But yeah, the real Yixing is slab built. And there was a really beautiful video that went pretty viral on social media a couple months ago of someone making a Yixing pot. And it's like, whoa, that's craft. But then on these like crappy pots, you can also see, like usually you see a seam here. And that's how you know it's like what they call the slip casts. Factory made, cheap, probably even, you know, chemicals and stuff. Like this is unglazed, so you have to be really cautious. You know, you're brewing your tea directly on the clay, and there could be anything. Like, so here you can see the seam. I don't know if you can see that. You can see that seam. Here's a seam. It's really subtle, but that's how you can tell fake pots. And never pay more than like $20 or $30 for a fake pot. Like if you really like connect with and resonate with the shape of this pot, you can say, okay, I can justify that. But never pay more. Like the guy selling this pot was probably trying to sell it for, you know, $80, saying this is an authentic Yixing, you know. But like a pot like this. So this pot was gifted to me by a network of tea friends from all over the world. I think there was 60 different people that paid into it. I think the pot was like $600. Handmade, totally gorgeous. It's my favorite. And the thing that's cool about this type of clay, contrary to Yixing, so Yixing unglazed clay is porous. So it absorbs all the flavors. So they say you're supposed to season it and only, you know, brew a specific type of tea in it. But with this type of clay, it's even though it's unglazed, it's not porous. So you can brew any type of tea in it. I like that too. You think if they're going to mass produce, yeah, so the lid's not even good. You hear that? It's not even good. Crappy. Yeah, you like that's like the ideal. Like, so someone's trying to like tell me their pot's awesome. That's the first thing I do. I lift it up. So like this one, you can hear it. How tight it is, yet it freely comes off. It's not so tight, but then it's tight enough that you hear like even friction all the way around, and it feels good. It feels like butter, you know. I love that. So yeah, end off with a little teapot demonstration. Got more of it for sure. That's funny right now. Yeah. There's so many crazy teapots out there, and like, yeah, I'm introducing you guys to the tea journey, and you're gonna find a bunch of like websites, Amazon, everywhere. You're gonna see people selling stuff like this, and yeah, I just caution you to be careful with when you spend money on a pot. You're always welcome to reach out to me and send me a picture of the stuff and ask my advice. I'm pretty good about spotting things out. If you send me good enough pictures, I can help. Yeah, you can, yep, that's it. And that's what that hole is for, like, that you can. It should make a vacuum. It should be so tight that, yeah, when you're pouring out, if you do that, it'll stop. You were just typing that. Yeah, give me, yeah, Denny, go ahead. So, like, I think we have email. Like, you can email me the photo. I mean, my email's pretty easy. It's just info@tealet.com, or you can whisper, or I have a Discord. No one's in it, but you're welcome to join it. And Tef, Tef, you know the answer to that if you send me your selfie. You can connect with me on Discord, and you can send photos there. Maybe I'll put like a separate thing for just that, for people to send me photos of their tea and their teapots to ask if it's good or not. I can't guarantee I'll know exactly, but I'm pretty experienced. I've seen a lot. I've been doing this for a long time. And yeah, I just hate to see people wasting their money. And some people say, you know what, it's not a waste of money. It's your tuition. You know, it's your tuition to learn. But I don't think I have my commands set up like that, Tef. I tried to, and they didn't work, and I just kind of gave up. We need the Discord link. No one's on the Discord. But yeah, now that there's a proper group of people here, we should definitely get everybody on the Discord. I got the link in my profile, I believe. Let's see. I'll get it from the profile. I did put the link on the profile. The description of I should have. I didn't even put it on there. I'm sorry, guys. I'll add it on. Yeah, you can join the Discord. It exists. Tef, you're not even on it. Like, we're friends and chat on there. You're not even in my Discord. But now you're gonna go and probably flood it with selfies now. But that's okay. I accept as many Danish round faces as I can get. All right, guys. Tef, good day to you. You're at good day now, right? You're at like 9 o'clock in the morning now. Yeah. Jennifer, we're connected by email. Since you put your order in, we're connected by email. You can go ahead and just email me those photos, and I'll get the Discord going. I'll get it going. I'll put the link up. You have a teapot? 8:30 a.m. Wow, Tef, you are a true warrior. All right, I'm gonna get the Discord link just because now I need to. Oh, I have a bit.ly link. I have a short link for it. Man, I should have remembered that. Makes it really easy. You're gonna nap. Well, good for you. Are you eating your chicken leftovers for lunch? All right, there's the link. It's so weird. It's not like letting me, it's only letting me chat like directly to people. Maybe if I put Twitch only. All right, you guys got it now. There's the Discord. Please join it. Send me your pics of your pots. I think I have, what did I put in there? I put a couple of different categories. Oh, you're gonna get some toast. Well, good for you. Have a cup of tea with your toast. The link expired? How does it expired? I'm sorry, guys. Alright, got new link. I'll go update the bit.ly link. I just made a fresh one for you guys, so it shouldn't. Oh, I see. Oh, it never expired. Got it. Perfect. Got it. Awesome. Thank you for that education. All right, so now this link is permanent. So, and I'll go update the short link on it. It's so noisy. I'm not a fan of these things, you know, like Slack. You know, I work in the startup world and everybody wants to be on their Slack, and it's more noisy than anything else. I feel like it's so hard to keep up with things. But if this is gonna mean that there's gonna be more round Danish faces for me to see, I fully encourage it. So please, Tef, I welcome all your selfies. And yeah, bring your teapots. What did I, maybe in the tea questions, let me just make a new one. I'll make a new one. Teapots. Teapots. Now there's a channel called Teapots. You guys can add your teapot pictures to the teapots. All right. I'm officially gonna have to like manage my Discord now. Well, that's cool. That's cool. I just now posted my first time to someone else's Discord. I've been holding it off, but it's a food streamer, and you know they shared food pics in there, and I just like I ate the most magical, mystical dinner the other night, and I just had to share that pic there. It was my first time to actually post to someone's Discord. Oh, cool. Teapot's there. Let's check out the teapot. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's an okay teapot. I'd use it. I would use it for like casual tea drinking. Let me This is the teapot in question. Yes, Eric Glass. And Eric, we're talking about teapots now, your favorite subject. I even brought out my magical good teapot. It's been a long one, but we had a couple of raids and a couple of groups of people. Like there's a potter who raided us with his crew. Yeah, so T Sleuth that just came in, you guys, you see him chatting. He's brand new to Twitch. Today is his first day. He just created his account. He's gonna hate that I say this, but like in my opinion, he is the most passionate tea scholar in our country. Any questions about clay, he's the one to help you with that. He knows more clay than me. He's spent so much more money on clay than I have. I don't really spend money on clay. I usually get gifted things, but Eric has got the clay. He's got all the clay. So yeah, we're looking at this teapot. The potter wanted our opinion. Eric, maybe you can help decipher this. So yeah, this looks like a very casual Japanese teapot. I would use it. It's got a nice design. I would use it to... You still want more? Wow, Eric. You're every potter's biggest dream. Rhino, make sure you get connected with T Sleuth here. He collects clay. Oh, Tef, thank you. Thank you, Tef. Thank you. Good. This was what I was looking for. This is the Teapots channel, not the Tef selfie channel. I gotta make a separate channel for you to keep yourself organized. Yeah, so this right here, you can tell, like that's that seam that I was talking about. What do you think about this, Eric? What do you think about this? French clay. So is the clay French? Do you know about that? Yeah, so the handle, this is hard, right? Like the way that this handle is. Here. This breaks easily. So like, I mean, it's just kind of a nuisance because it'll break. And then like, it's kind of flimsy. So that's why I say like, I would use this if I was just doing like a casual like green tea depending on how the strainer is, you know, that's gonna strain the tea. You know, you might be able to do sencha, because sencha is like more fine. You know, it's more fine. It's broken up into tiny little pieces, so you need the like spout to have like a small holes there. Oh, we've got some clay chatter going on. This is good. You on Twitch, you guys can see Katsuya said French clay. This is Mont. I gotta look at this. I've never seen that word before. Can you pronounce that? Montmorillonite. It's a very soft silicate group of minerals that are found when they participate from water solution as microscopic crystals, known as clay. That's a new word. All right, let's see. Let's see the other. Yeah, this is a usable teapot. Definitely wouldn't spend a fortune on it. It looks to be kind of more commercially made, factory made. This, on the other hand, not factory made. I have no idea where this thing was made. Let's see. Oh, this is a cool looking pot. Very rustic. I think you showed this pot the other day, if I'm not mistaken. I'd be interested to see the inside of this pot. That looks pretty. Eric, what do you think of this one? Oh, here we go. Another Chinese teapot. It's a usable teapot. This is not a handmade teapot. This is a factory-made teapot. This one, oh yeah, this one does look like it would be hot. The handle looks very thick though, so it looks like if you have, you know, a really solid, you know, comfortability. I do have a Discord server, Eric. Do you want to join it and add your selfies with Tef? You're welcome to. Eric does have some really great tea selfies. He actually has a really great one where he's drinking the tea directly from the pot. It's a good picture. Yeah, Eric, where's the link? I shared it earlier. I up until tonight I had 0 people in the server, but now there's action. There's something to do. There we go. There's the server. Yeah, it looks like if you had like a comfortability of like keeping your hand on the thicker part of the handle, it wouldn't get too hot, but definitely I could see like the lid getting hot, all here being hot. If you just grab the whole thing, it could be kind of painful. But it's a cool looking pot. Thanks, Tef. Oh, here's the inside. Ooh. Okay, so it's glazed inside. Yeah, that looks like a nice pot. I'd use it. Eric, what do you think? Would you use it? Yeah, I need to do that. Kill the vibe. Don't want to kill the vibe. I want to make it very obvious I'm using Discord. All right. If Eric approves that he'll use it, we'll use it. All right, let me, where's my mute? Where is mute? How do I mute? I might just close it. I'll mute it later. Beep boop, beep boop boop, beep boop. It's part of the vibe, guys. Yeah, how do I mute? I was able to mute it. Fuck it. Sorry guys, I'm just closing it. I'll mute it. Next time I open, is this not a pie? Is this not a pie? I totally thought this was like a pie in progress. It's not a pie, it's a bamboo tray covered in balls of tea. You right click the channel to mute it. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you, Taff. Yeah, I closed it though. Yeah, Eric, I posted that link. Did you get the link? I'll post it again. I will just keep posting. And you can join the Discord. The more selfies, the better. Just shows. Ooh. Yeah, this has been fun, guys. I gotta go now. I've had too much fun tonight. It is Friday. Deserves a little disco. I love you all. This has been fun. Tef, how are you controlling it? What? It is Saturday. No, it's still Friday here. It's 11:38 p.m. Yeah. Oh man. Good night, everybody. So much fun. I love you guys so much. I'm looking forward to our next tea sesh together. And thanks for coming. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the new friends. Thank you for the new perspectives. I am a wiser, better person, ready to live the best life. And no better time to do it than a Friday night. Oh, thank you, Rhino. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you want to do a group video session on Discord? Eric, you are nonstop. We will. We'll set that up, Eric. I know. I owe you some video sessions together where I'm not streaming. We should definitely do that, Eric. All right. Bye, Facebook. Love you guys.